Hello horror lovers, welcome to our channel. If you enjoy that spine-chilling sensation before going to sleep, you're in the right place. Before we begin, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. This is really important to me. Like the video, and don't forget to comment which city you're watching from. Leave your comment now because you'll probably fall asleep after this story. Your support helps us keep bringing the best horror stories. Now turn off the lights, lie down, and get ready for a night of nightmares. The oppressive Miami heat clings to my skin like a second layer as I stumble into my cramped apartment. It's well past midnight, and the buzz from the beers at O'Malley's is starting to wear off, leaving behind a dull throb behind my eyes. Home sweet home, I mutter, kicking off my boots and peeling away my sweat-soaked shirt. The dragon tattoo on my arm seems to shimmer in the dim light filtering through the blinds. I trace its familiar scales with my fingertips, a habit I've developed over the years. Another late night, eh, Mike? I can almost hear my ex-girlfriend Sarah's disapproving tone. But she's long gone, driven away by my obsession with tattooing and the lifestyle that comes with it. I collapse onto my unmade bed, not bothering to set an alarm. The shop doesn't open until noon tomorrow anyway. As I drift off to sleep, the last thing I see is the dragon's eye, gleaming in the moonlight. I jolt awake, heart pounding. Something's wrong. The digital clock on my nightstand blinks 3:07 a.m., its red glow the only light in the pitch-black room. Sweat plasters my sheets to my skin, but it's not just the heat making me uncomfortable. There's a sensation on my arm, a tingling, crawling feeling that starts at my wrist and creeps upward. What the hell? I mutter, reaching for the lamp. The sudden light makes me wince, but as my eyes adjust, I focus on my right arm. And then I see it. The dragon is moving. Its scales ripple and shift, creating waves of color and shadow across my skin. The beast's mouth opens in a silent roar, forked tongue flicking out as if tasting the air. No, I breathe, unable to tear my eyes away from the impossible sight. This isn't real. It can't be. I blink hard, rub my eyes with my left hand. You're dreaming, Mike. Or maybe someone slipped something in your drink. Tattoos don't move. But when I look again, the movement has only intensified. The dragon's tail now lashes back and forth, its claws flexing as if trying to grip my very flesh. Panic rising in my throat, I scramble out of bed, nearly tripping over the tangled sheets. I stumble to the bathroom, flipping on the harsh fluorescent light and leaning close to the mirror. This is impossible, I say to my reflection, voice trembling. Ink doesn't move. Tattoos don't come to life. But even as I try to rationalize what I'm seeing, I know deep down that this is no hallucination. The dragon moves with a fluidity and purpose that feels all too real. Its eyes, once merely dots of black ink, now seem to follow my movements, filled with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. A sharp pain lances through my arm and I cry out, watching in horror as the dragon's claws seem to dig into my skin, drawing pinpricks of blood. "Stop it!" I shout, as if the creature could understand me. "What do you want?" The dragon's only response is to coil tighter around my arm, its movements becoming more frenzied. I can feel its scales scraping against my skin, a sensation so alien and wrong that it turns my stomach. Desperate, I grab a washcloth and begin scrubbing at the tattoo, hoping against hope that this is all some elaborate prank. "Come off, damn you," I growl, scrubbing until my skin is raw and red. But the dragon remains, unmoved by my efforts. If anything, my attempts to remove it seem to anger the creature. It rears back, jaws opening wide, and for a moment I'm certain. Instead it lets out a silent roar, and suddenly the other tattoos on my body begin to stir. The koi fish on my calf start to swim in lazy circles. The mandala on my chest begins to spin slowly, its intricate patterns blurring into a hypnotic whirl. The snake coiled around my neck tightens, its forked tongue flicking out to taste the air. "This can't be happening," I whisper, gripping the edges of the sink so tightly my knuckles turn white. "Wake up, Mike. Wake up." But I don't wake up. This is no dream. No nightmare I can simply shake off. This is real as the cold tile beneath my feet and the sweat dripping down my back. As I stand there, paralyzed by fear and disbelief, watching my body become a living canvas of writhing ink, a single thought cuts through the chaos of my mind. What have I done to myself? The dragon on my arm seems to sense my growing terror. Its movements slow, becoming almost gentle. It turns its head to look directly at me, and in its eyes I see something that chills me to my very core. Knowledge, purpose, and worst of all, anticipation. "What are you?" I whisper, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. As if in response, the dragon's mouth opens once more. But this time, impossibly, I hear a voice, ancient, gravelly, and filled with dark promise. "We are the ink that flows through your veins. Michael, the story etched into your very being. Your flesh is our parchment, your life our ink. The marking has begun." I stumble backward, crashing into the shower curtain and nearly falling into the tub. "No," I gasp, shaking my head in denial. "This isn't real. It can't be." But as I look down at my trembling hands, I see the tattoos continuing to move, to shift and change, and I know, with a certainty that freezes the blood in my veins, that my life will never be the same again. The first movement has begun, and I am powerless to stop it. The harsh morning light filters through my blinds, casting striped shadows across my bedroom. I blink slowly, my head pounding with the worst hangover I've had in years. Fragments of last night's nightmare flash through my mind, my tattoos coming to life, moving across my skin like sentient beings. "Just a dream," I mutter, rubbing my eyes. "A really messed up tequila-induced dream." I swing my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my feet hit the cold floor. As I stand, a wave of dizziness washes over me, and I have to grab the nightstand to steady myself. "Never drinking again," I groan, though I know it's a lie. I shuffle towards the bathroom, desperately needing to splash some water on my face. As I pass the full-length mirror on my closet door, something catches my eye. I freeze, heart racing as I slowly turn to face my reflection. For a moment, just a split second, I could swear I saw the koi fish on my calf swim upwards. "No," I whisper, leaning in closer to the mirror. No, it wasn't real. It can't be real." I blink hard, rubbing my eyes again. When I look back, the tattoo is motionless, just ink on skin like it's always been. "You're losing it, Mike," I tell my reflection. "Get a grip." In the bathroom, I splash cold water on my face, letting it run down my neck and chest. As I reach for a towel, I catch a glimpse of movement on my arm. The dragon tattoo seems to ripple, its scales shifting in the fluorescent light. I jerk my arm away, heart pounding. "This isn't happening," I say out loud, trying to convince myself. "It's just the hangover. Your eyes are playing tricks on you." But even as I say it, I can feel a tingling sensation under my skin, as if the ink itself is alive and moving. I fumble for my phone, dialing the first number that comes to mind. "Hello?" A groggy voice answers. "Jake, man, I need you to come over," I say, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "Mike, do you know what time it is?" I glance at the clock. 7:23 a.m. "I know, I'm sorry, but this is important. I think something's wrong with my tattoos." There's a long pause on the other end. "What do you mean, wrong with your tattoos?" I take a deep breath, knowing how insane I'm about to sound. "They're moving, Jake. The ink is moving on my skin." Another pause, longer this time. Then Jake's voice, tinged with concern and a hint of exasperation. "Mike, buddy, how much did you drink last night?" "This isn't about drinking," I snap, then immediately regret my tone. "Look, I know how it sounds, but I'm telling you, something weird is going on. Can you come over and take a look? Please?" I hear Jake sigh. All right. Give me 20 minutes." As I wait for Jake to arrive, I pace my apartment, alternating between staring at my tattoos and purposely avoiding looking at them. Every time I think I see movement out of the corner of my eye, I force myself to look directly at the tattoo, only to find it perfectly still. It's not real, I keep muttering to myself. You're sleep-deprived, hungover, and imagining things. Get it together. But deep down, a part of me knows that something is terribly, inexplicably wrong. When Jake finally arrives, I practically pull him through the door. "All right, Mike, what's going on?" he asks, eyeing me warily. I hold out my arm, the one with the dragon tattoo. "Look at it. Tell me what you see." Jake leans in, studying the tattoo closely. After a moment, he shrugs. "I see a badass dragon tattoo. Same one you've had for years. What am I supposed to be seeing?" "You don't see it moving? Not even a little?" Jake's expression shifts from concern to outright worry. "Mike, man, I think you might need to see someone. Maybe you're having some kind of episode." "I'm not crazy," I shout, immediately regretting my outburst as Jake takes a step back. I'm sorry, I know how this sounds, but I swear to you, last night these tattoos were alive. They were moving all over my body." Jake places a hand on my shoulder. "Listen, you've been working too hard lately. Maybe you need a break. Why don't you take a few days off, get out of the city?" I shake my head, frustrated. "You don't understand. I can't just..." Suddenly I feel it again, the unmistakable sensation of movement under my skin. I look down at my arm and there it is, the dragon's tail flicking ever so slightly. "There," I cry, thrusting my arm towards Jake. "Look, tell me you see that." But by the time Jake focuses on the tattoo, it's still again. He looks at me, his expression a mixture of pity and concern. "Mike, I think you should sit down. Maybe we should call someone. A doctor, or..." His voice fades into the background as I stare at my arm. I know what I saw, what I felt. This is real, whether anyone believes me or not. As Jake continues talking, making plans to help me, I realize I'm on my own. Whatever is happening to me, whatever has awakened in my tattoos, I'll have to face it alone. Because how can you convince others of the impossible when you can barely believe it yourself? I sit on the edge of my bed, head in my hands, trying to make sense of the impossible. Jake left an hour ago, convinced I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am losing my mind. "Get it together, Mike," I mutter to myself. "You're a grown man, for Christ's sake. Tattoos don't move." But even as I say it, I feel that familiar tingling sensation on my calf. Slowly, reluctantly, I look down at the koi fish tattoo that winds around my leg. At first, nothing seems amiss. The vibrant orange and white fish appears as still as the day I inked it, but then, almost imperceptibly, its tail twitches. "No," I whisper, my heart rate accelerating. "Not again." I watch, mesmerized and horrified, as the koi fish begins to swim. Its movements are slow at first, lazy circles around my calf. Then gradually it picks up speed. "What do you want?" I ask, feeling ridiculous for talking to my own tattoo. "Why is this happening?" The fish doesn't respond, of course, but its movements become more purposeful. It's no longer swimming in circles, but creating something. An image is forming in the wake of its path, like ink swirling in water. I lean closer, squinting to make out the shapes. Slowly, a scene begins to take form on my skin. I see a building? No, multiple buildings. A cityscape. "What is this?" I murmur, tracing the outlines with my finger. The touch sends a jolt through my body, and suddenly the image springs to life. I'm no longer in my bedroom. I'm standing on a rooftop, high above a city I don't recognize. The wind whips around me and I can feel the chill in the air. It's night, the city lights twinkling below like earthbound stars. "Hello?" I call out, my voice barely audible over the wind. "Is anyone here?" No response. I'm alone on this rooftop. But why am I here? What does this mean? I take a step forward, peering over the edge of the building. The street below seems impossibly far away. A wave of vertigo hits me and I stumble backward. That's when I hear it. A voice, carried on the wind. My voice. I can't do this anymore. I whirl around, searching for the source of the words, but there's no one else here. Just me, the wind, and the dizzying height. Then I see him. Me. Another version of myself standing on the ledge of the building. His eyes are hollow, his face a mask of despair. No, I whisper, reaching out. Don't. But this other me can't hear me. He looks down at the street below, then closes his eyes, and steps off the ledge. No, I scream, lunging forward, but it's too late. I watch in horror as my doppelganger plummets towards the ground. Just before impact, the vision shatters. I'm back in my bedroom, gasping for air, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. What the hell was that? I pant, running my hands through my sweat-soaked hair. The koi fish on my calf has stopped moving, but the image it created remains. A perfect miniature rendering of the cityscape I just saw, complete with a tiny figure falling from the rooftop. This can't be real, I say, my voice shaking. It's just a hallucination. It has to be. But deep down, I know it's more than that. The vision felt too real, too visceral to be a mere figment of my imagination. I stumble to my desk, grabbing a pen and paper. With trembling hands, I start to sketch out what I saw. The cityscape, the rooftop, the falling figure. As I draw, a terrible realization begins to dawn on me. It's the future, I whisper, the pen slipping from my grasp. The tattoo showed me the future. But is it a warning or a prophecy? And if it's real, how can I possibly prevent it? I stare at the sketch, then back at the tattoo on my calf. The koi fish seems to stare back, its inky eye holding secrets I'm only beginning to unravel. What are you trying to tell me? I ask, knowing I won't get an answer. Not yet, anyway. I glance at the clock. It's barely noon, but I feel like I've lived a lifetime since waking up. And something tells me this is just the beginning. As if in response to my thoughts, I feel a stirring on my chest. The mandala tattoo begins to spin slowly, its intricate patterns blurring. Oh no, I groan. Not again. But even as fear grips me, a part of me is curious. What will I see this time? What other glimpses of the future are etched into my skin? As the room around me begins to fade, giving way to another vision, one thought echoes in my mind. My body is no longer just a canvas. It's become a window to a future I'm not sure I want to see. The harsh glow of my laptop screen illuminates my face in the darkness of my apartment. It's 3 a.m., and I've been at this for hours, scouring every corner of the internet for something, anything that might explain what's happening to me. Moving tattoos, living ink, skin prophecies, I mutter, typing each phrase into the search bar. The results are always the same. Fiction, fantasy, and the occasional conspiracy theory. Nothing real, nothing that helps. I lean back in my chair, rubbing my bloodshot eyes. The koi fish on my calf tingles, as if reminding me of its presence, of the vision it showed me. I'm not crazy, I say to the empty room. This is real. It has to be. But doubt gnaws at me. What if Jake was right? What if I am having some kind of breakdown? No. I saw what I saw. I felt what I felt. This is happening whether I understand it or not. I pick up my phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number I swore I'd never call again. It rings 4 times before a groggy voice answers. Hello? Madam Zora? I say, cringing at how desperate I sound. It's Mike. Mike Sullivan. I came to you for a reading a few years back. There's a pause, then a sigh. Michael, I remember you, the skeptic who called my gift a parlor trick. To what do I owe this late-night pleasure? I swallow hard, pushing down my pride. I need your help. Something's happening to me, something I can't explain, and I think it might be in your wheelhouse. Oh? Her voice sharpens with interest. And what might that be? I take a deep breath. My tattoos. They're moving and showing me visions of the future. Another pause, longer this time, then, come to my shop now. Now? But it's the middle of the night. Now, Michael. Before it's too late. The line goes dead. I stare at my phone for a moment, then grab my keys. Whatever's happening to me, Madame Zora seems to think it's urgent. And right now, she's the only lead I've got. 30 minutes later, I'm standing outside a small, dimly lit shop in a part of town I usually avoid. A neon sign flickers weakly. Madame Zora's psychic readings. The door opens before I can knock. Madame Zora stands there, her dark eyes boring into me. She's exactly as I remember, draped in colorful scarves, fingers adorned with rings, silver hair wild around her face. "Come in," she says, her voice low and urgent. Quickly. I follow her into the shop, the scent of incense heavy in the air. She leads me past the front room with its crystal ball and tarot cards, into a back room I've never seen before. "Sit," she commands, pointing to a chair. As I do, she begins to pace, muttering under her breath. "Madame Zora?" I say hesitantly. "What's going on? Do you know what's happening to me?" She stops pacing, fixing me with a penetrating stare. "Show me the tattoos." I roll up my sleeve, revealing the dragon on my arm. As if on cue, it begins to move, scales rippling in the dim light. Madame Zora inhales sharply. "Oh, Michael," she whispers. "What have you done?" "Done? I haven't done anything. This just started happening." She shakes her head, reaching out to trace the outline of the dragon with a finger. I flinch at her touch but force myself to remain still. "This is old magic," she says, her voice filled with awe and fear. "Very old and very dangerous. The ink in your skin, it's alive, awakened. But how? Why?" She looks at me, her expression grave. "That I do not know. But I can tell you this. What you carry on your skin is both a gift and a curse. The visions you see are real, Michael, glimpses of what may come to pass." I lean forward, hope and dread warring in my chest. "So I can change them? Prevent the bad things from happening?" Madame Zora's laugh is without humor. "It's not that simple, my dear. The future is a fickle thing. Trying to change it can often bring about the very events you seek to prevent." "Then what am I supposed to do?" I ask, frustration coloring my voice. She takes my hands in hers, her grip surprisingly strong. "You must learn to read the signs, to understand the messages your skin is trying to tell you. And you must be very, very careful. There are those who would kill for the power you now possess." A chill runs down my spine. "What do you mean, who would—" But before she can answer, a searing pain shoots through my chest. I cry out, clutching at my shirt. The mandala tattoo is spinning rapidly, faster than it ever has before. "It's starting," Madame Zora says, her eyes wide. Another vision comes. "Remember, Michael, what you see is only one possible future. The choices you make from here on out will determine which path you walk." As the room around me begins to fade, giving way to another vision, I cling to Madame Zora's words. I may not fully understand what's happening to me, but at least now I know I'm not crazy. The real question is, am I ready for what comes next? The Miami sun beats down mercilessly as I make my way down Ocean Drive. It's been 3 days since my visit to Madame Zora, and I'm no closer to understanding the bizarre phenomenon afflicting my tattoos. The constant anticipation of another vision has left me jittery and on edge, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. "Get it together, Mike," I mutter to myself, dodging a group of tourists gawking at the Art Deco buildings. You can't live your life waiting for the other shoe to drop. But even as I try to convince myself, I feel the familiar tingle on my calf. The koi fish tattoo, source of my first vision, stirs restlessly. I pause, leaning against a palm tree, and roll up my pant leg to take a look. The fish swims in lazy circles, its movements almost hypnotic, but no vision comes. Not yet, anyway. Teasing me now, are you? I say under my breath, ignoring the odd looks from passers-by. Talking to my tattoos in public probably isn't the best way to convince people I'm sane, but at this point, I'm beyond caring. I continue my walk, trying to focus on the mundane details around me, the smell of sunscreen and sea salt, the chatter of beachgoers, the honking of impatient drivers, anything to distract me from the living art on my skin. As I approach a crosswalk, I hear a commotion behind me. A woman's voice, high-pitched with panic. "Tommy! Tommy, come back here right now!" I turn to see a young boy, no more than 5 or 6, darting away from his mother. He's laughing, clearly thinking this is some kind of game. But he's heading straight for the busy street. Without thinking, I lunge for the kid, my hand outstretched to grab his shirt. "Hey buddy, wait!" But my fingers close on empty air. The boy is just out of reach, his small legs carrying him faster than I anticipated. He steps off the curb, still giggling, oblivious to the danger. Time seems to slow down. I see the car, a red sports car driving way too fast for this crowded street. I see the driver, his eyes widening in horror as he spots the child. I hear the screech of brakes, smell burning rubber. And I feel it. The koi fish on my calf, suddenly swimming with furious intensity. In that split second, I know what's about to happen. I've seen this before in my vision. But it wasn't a child in danger then. It was me. Without conscious thought, I throw myself forward. My hands connect with the boy's back, shoving him hard. He falls, safely on the sidewalk, as I stumble into the street. I have just enough time to turn my head, to see the car bearing down on me. The driver's face is a mask of terror, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, as he tries desperately to stop. "Oh, is all I manage before the impact. The world explodes into pain and chaos. I feel my body connect with the hood of the car, hear the sickening thud of flesh and bone against metal. Then I'm airborne, flying through the air in a graceless arc. For a moment, just a moment, I feel weightless. Then gravity reasserts itself and I'm falling. The pavement rushes up to meet me, hard and unforgiving. I hit the ground with enough force to drive the air from my lungs. Pain blossoms everywhere, a symphony of agony that threatens to overwhelm me. But through it all, through the ringing in my ears and the taste of blood in my mouth, I feel something else. My tattoos are going crazy. The dragon on my arm writhes and twists, its claws seeming to dig into my flesh. The mandala on my chest spins so fast it's a blur. And the koi fish, oh God, the koi fish is swimming upstream, fighting against an invisible current with all its might. As darkness creeps in at the edges of my vision, I hear voices. Panicked shouts, someone calling for an ambulance. But they sound far away, unimportant. Because in that moment, as I lie broken on the pavement, I see it. Another vision, more vivid than any before. I'm in a hospital room. The beep of monitors, the antiseptic smell, the scratchy feel of cheap sheets. It's all so real I could swear I'm actually there. I see myself in the bed, bandaged and bruised, hooked up to various machines. But I'm not alone. There's a figure sitting by the bed holding my hand. As the vision sharpens, I recognize her. Sarah, my ex-girlfriend. The one I pushed away with my obsession with tattooing. "Mike," Vision Sarah says, her voice choked with tears. "Please wake up. Please. I know we've had our differences, but I can't lose you. Not like this." I try to respond, to tell her I'm here, I'm listening. But of course I can't. This isn't real. Not yet, anyway. The vision shifts, blurs. Now I'm looking down at myself, at my tattoo-covered body. But the tattoos are different. They're moving, yes, but not in the chaotic, frenzied way they have been. Instead, they're healing me. I can see the dragon breathing fire over my broken bones, watch as the flames knit the fractures back together. The koi fish swims through my bloodstream, clearing away clots and damage. The mandala spins on my chest, its rhythm matching the beat of my heart, strengthening it. As I watch in awe, I hear a voice. Not Sarah's this time, but one I've never heard before. Ancient, powerful, and somehow coming from within me. You begin to understand now, Marked One. The power you carry is neither good nor evil. It simply is. How you use it, how you interpret its messages, that is up to you. I try to respond, to ask the myriad questions swirling in my mind. But the vision is already fading, the hospital room dissolving around me. I blink, and I'm back on the street. The pavement is hot against my cheek, the taste of blood metallic in my mouth. But the pain is less than it should be, less than it was just moments ago. Oh my God, mister, are you okay? The voice is high-pitched, trembling. I managed to turn my head slightly, seeing the young boy I pushed out of the way. He's crying, his mother holding him close, but he's alive. He's safe. I start to say, but I'm interrupted by a fit of coughing. When it passes, I try again. I'm okay, kid. Are you all right? The boy nods, his eyes wide. You saved me, he says, his voice filled with awe. I attempt a smile, though I'm pretty sure it comes out as more of a grimace. Yeah, well, let's call it even. You just saved me too, in a way. The boy looks confused, but before he can ask what I mean, the area is swarmed with paramedics. They work quickly, efficiently, loading me onto a stretcher despite my protests that I'm fine. Sir, you've just been hit by a car, one of them says, her tone brooking no argument. You need to go to the hospital. As they load me into the ambulance, I catch a glimpse of the driver who hit me. He's sitting on the curb, head in his hands, clearly in shock. I want to tell him it's okay, that it wasn't his fault, but the paramedics are already closing the ambulance doors. The ride to the hospital is a blur of questions, vital sign checks, and the steadily growing realization that I'm in far less pain than I should be. I flex my fingers, rotate my wrists. Everything moves as it should. This is incredible, one of the paramedics mutters, checking my vitals again. With an impact like that, you should have multiple broken bones at the very least, but aside from some cuts and bruises, you seem fine. I don't respond. How can I explain that my tattoos are healing me? That the ink on my skin is more than just decoration, more than even the window to the future I thought it was? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I'm not entirely sure I'm not crazy. As we pull up to the hospital, I think about the vision I had. Sarah, sitting by my bedside. The voice telling me I'm beginning to understand. The tattoos healing me. What does it all mean? I wonder aloud. What was that, sir? The paramedic asks as they begin to unload the stretcher. I shake my head. Nothing, just thinking out loud. As they wheel me into the emergency room, I can't help but feel like I'm standing on the precipice of something huge. Something that's going to change my life even more than the moving tattoos already have. The accident wasn't just a near-death experience. It was a turning point, a moment of awakening. And as I lie there, letting the doctors poke and prod and express their amazement at my lack of serious injuries, I make a decision. I'm done running from this. Done trying to pretend it isn't happening. Whatever power I've been given, whatever responsibility comes with it, I'm going to face it head on. Because if today taught me anything, it's that these visions, these moving tattoos, they're not just about me. They have the power to save lives. The question is, am I ready for the responsibility that comes with that power? As if in answer, I feel the dragon on my arm stir. Its eyes meet mine, and in that moment, I swear I see a challenge there. A dare to embrace this new reality. And God help me, I think I'm ready to accept. The hospital discharged me after 2 days of tests and bewildered doctors. They called me a medical miracle, unable to explain how I walked away from a high-speed collision with nothing more than minor bruising. If only they knew the truth. As I unlock the door to my apartment, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I whip around, scanning the empty hallway behind me. Nothing. No one. Just the same faded wallpaper and flickering fluorescent lights that have always been there. Get a grip, Mike, I mutter to myself, pushing open the door and stepping inside. But even as I try to calm my nerves, I feel the now familiar tingle of my tattoos stirring. I drop my bag and rush to the bathroom, yanking off my shirt as I go. In the mirror, I watch as the mandala on my chest begins to spin slowly, its intricate patterns blurring into a hypnotic whirl. What now? I ask, bracing myself for another vision. But none comes. The mandala just keeps spinning, as if taunting me with the promise of foresight it refuses to deliver. A knock at the door makes me jump. My heart races as I approach, peering through the peephole. It's Mrs. Goldstein from next door, probably checking up on me after hearing about the accident. I open the door, plastering on a smile. Mrs. Goldstein, hi. The elderly woman peers up at me, her eyes magnified behind thick glasses. Michael, dear, I heard what happened. Are you all right? I'm fine, Mrs. Goldstein, just a few bruises, nothing to worry about. She squints at me suspiciously. The way I heard it, you should be in traction. How on earth did you walk away from something like that? I feel sweat beading on my forehead. Just lucky, I guess. Guardian angel looking out for me or something. Mrs. Goldstein's eyes narrow further. Well, I'm glad you're okay. But you be careful, young man. The Lord doesn't give second chances lightly. As she totters back to her apartment, I close the door, leaning against it with a sigh. Guardian angel, I scoff. More like Guardian Ink. The rest of the day passes in a haze of paranoia. Every car horn makes me flinch. Every unexpected movement in my peripheral vision has me spinning around, heart pounding. And all the while, my tattoos continue their restless dance beneath my skin. By evening, I'm a nervous wreck. I pace my small living room, alternating between checking my tattoos for any sign of an impending vision and peering out the windows at the street below. This is ridiculous, I tell myself. You're acting crazy. Nothing is going to happen. But even as I say it, I don't believe it, because something has already happened. My tattoos have come to life. They've shown me the future. They've healed me from what should have been a fatal accident. Who knows what else they're capable of? A sudden knock at the door nearly sends me jumping out of my skin. I approach cautiously, my mind racing through all the possibilities. Is it the government, coming to take me away for experiments? Some secret organization that knows about my newfound abilities? Or something even worse? I peer through the peephole and feel a mix of relief and dread. It's Sarah. Taking a deep breath, I open the door. Sarah stands there, her eyes red-rimmed as if she's been crying. She looks exactly like she did in my vision at the hospital. Mike, she says, her voice cracking. I heard about the accident. I had to see for myself that you were okay. I step back, gesturing for her to come in. As she passes, I catch a whiff of her perfume, the same one she always wore when we were together. It brings back a flood of memories, both good and painful. I'm fine, I say, closing the door. Really, it looked worse than it was. Sarah turns to face me, her eyes scanning my body as if looking for injuries. That's not what I heard. They said you should be dead or at least seriously injured. How is this possible, Mike? I open my mouth to respond, but no words come out. How can I explain this to her? How can I make her understand something I barely understand myself? I don't know, I finally say, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. Just lucky, I guess. Sarah takes a step closer, her eyes narrowing. Don't lie to me, Mike. I know you. Something's going on. I back away, bumping into the wall. Sarah, please, it's complicated. Then uncomplicate it, she demands. After everything we've been through, don't you think you owe me the truth? As if on cue, I feel a sharp pain in my arm. The dragon tattoo is writhing, its movements more agitated than I've ever seen. Sarah's eyes widen as she notices my sudden discomfort. Mike, what's wrong? I clutch my arm, gritting my teeth against the pain. Nothing. It's nothing. But Sarah isn't buying it. She grabs my arm, pushing up my sleeve, and then she sees it. The dragon moving beneath my skin like a living thing. She stumbles backward, her face a mask of shock and fear. What is that? Mike, what's happening to you? The dam breaks. Words pour out of me in a torrent explaining everything. The first movement of the tattoos, the visions, the accident, the healing. Sarah listens in stunned silence, her expression cycling through disbelief, fear, and finally, a sort of awed understanding. When I finally finish, the room falls silent. Sarah stares at me, then at my tattoos, then back at me. "Show me," she whispers. I hesitate for a moment, then nod. Closing my eyes, I concentrate on the tattoos, willing them to move. When I open my eyes, Sarah gasps. The dragon is coiling and uncoiling around my arm, the koi fish swimming lazy circles on my calf, the mandala spinning gently on my chest. "Oh my God," Sarah breathes. "It's all real. You're not crazy." I let out a bitter laugh. "That's debatable." Sarah reaches out, her fingers hovering just above the dragon tattoo. "Can I?" I nod and she gently touches the moving ink. Her eyes widen in wonder. "It's warm," she says, "and I can feel it moving under your skin. This is incredible, Mike, but also terrifying. What does it mean?" I shake my head. "I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out. All I know is that these tattoos are more than just ink now. They're alive somehow, and they're trying to tell me something." Sarah looks up at me, her eyes filled with concern. "Is that why you've been acting so paranoid? I could see it the moment I walked in. You're on edge." I sigh, running a hand through my hair. "Can you blame me? I've got living artwork on my skin that shows me visions of the future and apparently has the power to heal me from near-fatal injuries. I feel like I'm losing my mind half the time, and the other half I'm terrified that someone's going to find out and lock me up in some government lab." Sarah takes my hand, squeezing it gently. "You're not alone in this anymore, Mike. I'm here. We'll figure this out together." Her words should be comforting, but they only serve to heighten my anxiety. "No, Sarah, you can't be involved in this. It's too dangerous." "Dangerous?" she repeats, raising an eyebrow. "Mike, your tattoos saved your life. How is that dangerous?" I pull away from her, pacing the room. Because I don't know what else they're capable of. What if they're not just showing me the future, but somehow influencing it? What if by trying to prevent the visions I see, I end up causing them instead? And what if someone finds out about this? Do you think they'd just let me walk around with this kind of power? Sarah watches me, her expression a mix of concern and determination. "All the more reason for you not to face this alone. Mike, I know we've had our problems in the past, but I still care about you. Let me help." I'm about to argue further, when suddenly, the room around me begins to fade. Another vision is coming on, stronger than any before. I see flashes of images too fast to fully comprehend. Men in dark suits breaking down my door, Sarah screaming as they drag her away. Myself, strapped to a table in a sterile white room, surrounded by machines and grim-faced scientists. And through it all, my tattoos moving frantically, as if trying to break free from my skin. The vision ends as abruptly as it began, leaving me gasping and disoriented. I find myself on the floor, Sarah kneeling beside me, her face pale with worry. Mike, what happened? Was it another vision?" I nod, unable to speak. The images I saw replay in my mind, each one more terrifying than the last. "What did you see?" Sarah asks, helping me to my feet. I look at her, seeing the concern in her eyes, the love that still lingers there despite everything, and I make a decision. "We need to leave," I say, my voice hoarse. "Now. Pack a bag, only essentials. We can't stay here." Sarah's eyes widen. "Leave? Mike, what are you talking about? Where would we go?" "Anywhere but here," I reply, already moving to grab a backpack. I saw bad things, Sarah. People coming for us. For me. We're not safe here anymore." To her credit, Sarah doesn't argue. She nods once, then starts helping me pack. As we work, I can't help but glance out the window every few seconds, half expecting to see black vans pulling up outside. "This is crazy," Sarah mutters as she stuffs clothes into a bag. "We're running away because of a vision from your tattoos. If someone had told me this morning that this is how my day would end, I'd have thought they were insane." I pause in my packing, looking at her. "You can still back out, you know. This isn't your fight." Sarah meets my gaze, her jaw set in determination. "I'm not going anywhere, Mike. We're in this together now, whatever this is." As we finish packing and head for the door, I take one last look around my apartment. Just this morning, it was my safe haven. Now it feels like a trap closing in around me. "Ready?" I ask Sarah, my hand on the doorknob. She nods, shouldering her bag. "Ready." As we step out into the night, I feel a mix of fear and exhilaration. The paranoia that's been building all day has crystallized into a clear purpose: survive and uncover the truth behind my living tattoos. Whatever comes next, at least I'm not facing it alone anymore. And as we hurry down the street, blending into the busy Miami night, I can't help but wonder, is this the beginning of the end, or the start of something much bigger than I could ever have imagined? Sarah and I have been on the road for 3 days, zigzagging across Florida in a desperate attempt to stay one step ahead of, well, I'm not entirely sure what. My paranoia hasn't subsided. If anything, it's intensified. Every passing car, every stranger's glance feels like a potential threat. We're holed up in a dingy motel on the outskirts of Jacksonville. The room smells of stale cigarettes and desperation, but it's anonymous. Safe, for now. Sarah sits on the edge of the bed, watching me as I pace the worn carpet. "Mike, we can't keep running forever. We need a plan." I run a hand through my hair, grimacing at how greasy it feels. I know. I'm working on it." "Are you?" she asks, her voice tinged with frustration. "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like we're just reacting, running scared." I stop pacing and turn to face her. "What do you want me to say, Sarah? I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know who or what we're running from. All I know is that every instinct I have is screaming at me to keep moving." Sarah stands up, crossing the room to stand in front of me. She places a hand on my chest right over the mandala tattoo. "And what about these? Have they shown you anything else? Anything that might help us understand what's going on?" I shake my head, covering her hand with mine. "Nothing. They've been quiet since we left Miami. It's like they're waiting for something." As if summoned by my words, I feel a familiar tingling sensation spreading across my chest. The mandala begins to spin, slowly at first, then faster and faster. "Mike?" Sarah's voice sounds distant, muffled. "Mike, what's happening?" I try to respond, but no words come out. The room around me begins to blur and fade, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors and shapes. And then suddenly, everything snaps into focus. I'm standing in a crowded room. People in elegant clothes mill about, sipping champagne and engaged in quiet conversation. It takes me a moment to realize I'm at some kind of formal event. An art gallery opening, maybe? I look down at myself, surprised to see I'm wearing a tailored suit. This is definitely not my usual attire. "There you are, darling," a familiar voice says behind me. I turn to see Sarah looking stunning in a sleek black dress. She smiles and links her arm through mine. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost." "Sarah?" I say, confusion evident in my voice. What's going on? Where are we?" She laughs, a light, carefree sound that I haven't heard in years. "Oh, Mike. Always the joker. Come on, they're about to unveil your piece." Before I can ask what she means, Sarah is pulling me through the crowd. We stop in front of a large object covered by a velvet cloth. A small group has gathered around it, all eyes fixed on us expectantly. A man in a crisp suit steps forward, microphone in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce the artist of the hour, Mr. Michael Sullivan." Mike, would you do the honors? Feeling as if I'm moving through a dream, I step forward and grasp the edge of the velvet cloth. With a deep breath, I pull it away. There's a collective gasp from the crowd, followed by enthusiastic applause, but I barely notice. I'm too transfixed by what I've unveiled. It's a sculpture, life-sized and incredibly detailed. It depicts a human figure, male, his body a canvas of intricate tattoos. But these aren't ordinary tattoos. Even in this static form, they seem to move, to writhe across the sculpture's skin. As I stare, mesmerized, I realize with a jolt that the figure is me. This sculpture is a perfect representation of my tattooed body. It's magnificent. Mike, Sarah whispers beside me. Your masterpiece. I open my mouth to respond, but before I can, the room starts to spin. Colors blur, sounds distort, and I feel myself falling. I come back to reality with a gasp, finding myself on the floor of the motel room. Sarah kneels beside me, her face pale with worry. Mike, thank God you were out for almost 10 minutes this time. What happened? What did you see? I sit up slowly, my head pounding. I was at an art gallery. There was a sculpture of me, my tattoos. Sarah helps me to my feet and guides me to sit on the bed. An art gallery? Mike, that doesn't make any sense. We're running for our lives, and your tattoos show you an art show? I shake my head, trying to clear the fog from my mind. It wasn't just any art show. It was my show. I was the artist. And the sculpture. Sarah, it was incredible. It was like looking in a mirror, but more than that. The tattoos on it, they looked alive. Sarah sits beside me, her brow furrowed in concentration. Okay, let's think this through. Your previous visions have all come true in some way, right? So maybe this is showing us a possible future. A good one, where you're not running or in danger. I stand up, resuming my pacing. But how? How do we get from here? I gesture around the dingy motel room. To there, and more importantly, why? Why would my tattoos show me that? Sarah is quiet for a moment, thinking. Then she says, Maybe it's not about the event itself. Maybe it's about what the sculpture represents. I stop pacing and look at her. What do you mean? She stands up, excitement growing in her voice. Think about it, Mike. You're an artist, a tattoo artist. Your medium has always been the human body. But now, with these living tattoos, you have a chance to create something truly unique. Something no one has ever seen before. I feel a glimmer of understanding, but it's fleeting. But how does that help us now? How does it explain what's happening to me? Sarah takes my hands in hers, her eyes bright with an idea. What if this is all leading up to that moment? What if your tattoos coming to life isn't a curse or a threat, but a gift? A new form of art that only you can create? I pull away, shaking my head. That's crazy, Sarah. You're talking about it like it's some kind of superpower. But this isn't a comic book. This is real, and it's terrifying. Is it, though? Sarah counters. Think about it. Your tattoos saved your life in that accident. They've shown you visions of the future. And now they're showing you a future where you're celebrated for them. Maybe instead of running from this, we should be trying to understand it, to control it. I sit back down on the bed, my mind reeling. Could Sarah be right? Could this strange power be a gift rather than a curse? As if in response to my thoughts, I feel the dragon tattoo on my arm begin to move. But this time, instead of the frantic, agitated movements I've grown used to, its motions are slow, almost peaceful. Sarah notices my distraction and looks down at my arm. Her eyes widen as she watches the dragon coil and uncoil. It's beautiful, she whispers. Mike, do you think you could control it? Make it move the way you want? I stare at the tattoo, considering. Up until now, the movements have always been spontaneous, driven by some force I didn't understand. But what if, concentrating hard, I focus on the dragon. In my mind, I picture it rearing up, spreading its wings. And to my amazement, it does just that. The inked dragon rises up on my arm, its wings unfurling in a display that's both beautiful and impossible. Sarah gasps, "You did it, Mike. You controlled it." I can't help but laugh, a sound of disbelief and wonder. I did. I really did. For the next hour, we experiment. I practice making different tattoos move, trying to control the speed and direction of their movements. It's exhausting but exhilarating. For the first time since this all began, I feel a sense of control. As the adrenaline wears off, I collapse back onto the bed. Sarah lies down next to me, her head on my shoulder. "So," she says after a while, "what do we do now?" I take a deep breath, considering our options. I think we need to go back to Miami." Sarah props herself up on an elbow, looking at me in surprise. "Back to Miami? Are you sure?" I nod. "If what you said is true, if this really is some kind of artistic evolution, then I need to understand it better. And to do that, I need my tools, my studio. But what about the danger? Your vision of people coming after us?" I sit up, feeling more certain than I have in days. That's still a risk. But now that I'm starting to control this, maybe we can face it head-on instead of running. And if worse comes to worst. I glance down at my arm, where the dragon tattoo seems to nod in agreement. We've got some pretty unique protection. Sarah sits up too, taking my hand in hers. "Okay. If you're sure, then I'm with you. We'll face this together." As we start to pack our meager belongings, preparing for the journey back to Miami, I can't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. We're heading back into the lion's den, but this time, we're not running scared. This time, we have a purpose. The tattoos on my skin ripple and shift, as if excited by the prospect of returning home. And for the first time, I don't feel fear at their movement. Instead, I feel a sense of partnership. Whatever comes next, whatever challenges we face, I know that these living tattoos are not my enemy. They're a part of me, a new, strange, wonderful part that I'm only beginning to understand. As we leave the motel room, stepping out into the warm Florida night, I take one last look at my reflection in the mirror. The man looking back at me has changed, marked not just by ink but by experience, by revelation. "Ready?" Sarah asks, her hand on the door. I nod, feeling the comforting movement of my tattoos beneath my skin. "Ready?" Whatever awaits us in Miami, whatever the future holds, I know one thing for certain. Life will never be the same again. And maybe, just maybe, that's not such a bad thing after all. The drive back to Miami is tense, filled with long silences and furtive glances in the rearview mirror. Every mile brings us closer to the epicenter of this strange phenomenon, and I can feel my tattoos stirring beneath my skin, growing more active as we near the city. We arrive at my apartment building under the cover of darkness. The street is quiet, no sign of the government agents or shadowy figures from my vision. Still, we move quickly, ducking into the lobby and taking the stairs to avoid being seen. As I unlock the door to my apartment, Sarah whispers, "Are you sure about this, Mike? It's not too late to turn back." I pause, key in the lock, and meet her worried gaze. "I'm sure. We need answers, and they're in here." The apartment is exactly as we left it. A snapshot frozen in time. Dirty dishes in the sink, half-packed bags on the floor, evidence of our hasty departure. But as I step inside, something feels off. "Mike," Sarah says, her voice tight with concern. "Your arm." I look down and feel my breath catch in my throat. The dragon tattoo is writhing violently, its movements more frantic than I've ever seen. The other tattoos soon join in, creating a dizzying display of motion across my skin. "What's happening?" Sarah asks, reaching out to touch my arm but stopping short as if afraid. I shake my head, gritting my teeth against the uncomfortable sensation. "I don't know. It's like they're reacting to something. Like they're afraid. As if to confirm my words, a sharp pain lances through my chest. I cry out, stumbling against the wall. "Mike!" Sarah rushes to my side, supporting me as I slide to the floor. The pain intensifies, centered on the mandala tattoo on my chest. It feels like it's trying to tear itself off my skin. "Make it stop," I gasp, clawing at my shirt. "God, make it stop." Sarah helps me remove my shirt, and we both stare in horror at the sight beneath. The mandala is spinning rapidly, its intricate patterns blurring into a hypnotic whirl. And at its center, a pinprick of light is growing, pulsing in time with my racing heartbeat. "What is that?" Sarah whispers, her face pale in the eerie glow. I shake my head, unable to speak through the pain. The light grows brighter, and with it comes a feeling of pressure, as if something is trying to push its way out of my chest. In that moment of agony and fear, a terrible thought occurs to me. What if the only way to end this is to get rid of the tattoos entirely? "Sarah," I manage to gasp out. "My kit, in the bedroom. Get it." She hesitates for a moment, then nods, rushing to fetch my tattoo equipment. When she returns, I'm barely conscious, the pain threatening to overwhelm me. "What are you going to do?" she asks, setting the kit down beside me. I force my eyes open, meeting her worried gaze. "I need to get it out, the tattoo, I need to cut it out." Sarah's eyes widen in horror. "Mike, no, that's insane. You could seriously hurt yourself." "I'm already hurting," I growl through clenched teeth. Whatever this is, it's killing me. I have to try." With trembling hands, I open the kit and pull out a scalpel. Sarah watches, torn between the desire to stop me and the realization that we're out of options. "At least let me do it," she says, reaching for the scalpel. "You're shaking too much." I shake my head. "No, it has to be me. These are my tattoos, my responsibility." Taking a deep breath, I press the scalpel to my chest right at the edge of the mandala. The cold steel against my skin sends a shiver through me, momentarily drowning out the pain from the tattoo. "Here goes nothing," I mutter, and begin to cut. The pain is immediate and intense, but different from the burning agony of the tattoo. This pain is sharp, clean, almost a relief in comparison. Blood wells up around the blade, running down my chest in crimson rivulets. Sarah makes a choked sound, her hand over her mouth. "Mike, please, this is too much. We should go to a hospital." I shake my head, not trusting myself to speak. Instead, I continue cutting, tracing the outline of the mandala. Each incision sends a jolt through my body, but I force myself to keep going. As I work, something strange begins to happen. The light at the center of the mandala starts to dim, and its frantic spinning slows. The other tattoos, too, begin to calm, their movements becoming less agitated. "It's working," I gasp, pausing to catch my breath. I think it's actually working. Encouraged, I press on, cutting deeper. The pain is almost unbearable now, but I can see the edge of the tattoo beginning to lift away from my skin. Suddenly, there's a flash of blinding light. I feel a sensation like an electric shock running through my body, and then nothing. When I come to, I'm lying on my back, Sarah leaning over me with tears in her eyes. "Mike? Mike, can you hear me?" I blink, trying to focus. "What happened?" Sarah helps me sit up slowly. "You passed out. I was so scared, Mike, I thought I'd lost you." As my vision clears, I look down at my chest. The mandala is still there, but it's different now. The cut I made forms a perfect circle around its edge, and the skin within that circle is raised slightly like a medallion embedded in my flesh. "Did it work?" I ask, reaching up to touch the altered tattoo. As my fingers make contact, I feel a surge of something. Energy, power. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's like nothing I've ever felt before. Sarah watches me with a mix of concern and fascination. "How do you feel?" I take a moment to assess. The pain is gone, replaced by a strange tingling sensation that seems to emanate from the mandala and spread throughout my body. I feel different, I say slowly. Stronger somehow, like I've tapped into something. I hold out my arm, focusing on the dragon tattoo. With barely a thought, I make it move, watching as it coils and uncoils with fluid grace. Sarah gasps. Mike, your control. It's incredible. It's like the tattoo is a part of you now. I nod, a smile spreading across my face despite the gravity of our situation. Not just a part of me, an extension of me. I can feel every line, every color. It's amazing. As the initial rush of discovery fades, the reality of what I've just done begins to sink in. I look down at the blood on my chest, at the scalpel lying on the floor. God, Sarah, what have I done? What am I becoming? She takes my hand, squeezing it gently. You're still you, Mike. Just more. We'll figure this out together, okay? I nod, grateful for her presence, her unwavering support. But as I start to stand, a wave of dizziness washes over me. Whoa, I mutter, sitting back down heavily. I think I lost more blood than I realized. Sarah springs into action, grabbing a towel and pressing it to my chest. We need to clean this and bandage it properly. And you need rest. As she tends to my self-inflicted wound, I can't help but reflect on the desperate measures that led us here. Cutting into my own flesh, risking my life on a hunch. It seems insane in retrospect. And yet, it worked. Somehow, it worked. Sarah, I say as she finishes bandaging my chest. I'm sorry. For dragging you into this, for putting you through all of this. She pauses, meeting my gaze. Mike, I'm here because I want to be. Because despite everything, I care about you. We're in this together, remember? I nod, feeling a lump form in my throat. I remember. And I care about you too. For a moment, we just look at each other. Years of history and unspoken feelings hanging in the air between us. Then Sarah clears her throat, breaking the spell. You should get some rest, she says, helping me to my feet. We can figure out our next move in the morning. As I settle into bed, my body aching but my mind buzzing with new awareness, I can't help but wonder what the future holds. The desperate measure I took tonight has changed things, opened up new possibilities, but it's also raised new questions. What exactly have I tapped into? How far does this new control over my tattoos extend? And perhaps most importantly, now that I've taken this step, where do we go from here? As I drift off to sleep, I feel my tattoos shifting gently, almost soothingly. Whatever comes next, I know one thing for certain. There's no going back now. The desperate measures I took tonight have set us on a new path, one that's both thrilling and terrifying. In my last moments of consciousness, I make a silent vow. No more running, no more fear. From now on, we face whatever comes head on. Because now, finally, I have the power to do so. The tattoos on my skin pulse in agreement, and I fall into a deep, dreamless sleep, ready to face whatever the morning brings. The morning sun filters through the blinds, casting striped shadows across my chest. I blink awake, momentarily disoriented. Then the events of the previous night come rushing back. The pain, the desperate act of cutting into my own flesh, the strange surge of power that followed. I sit up slowly, wincing at the dull ache in my chest. The bandage Sarah applied is still in place, tinged with a faint pink. Gingerly, I peel it back, revealing the altered mandala tattoo beneath. Holy shit, I mutter, tracing the raised edges with my fingertips. The skin is tender but healing faster than it should. The mandala itself seems to pulse with an inner light, responding to my touch. A soft knock at the door interrupts my examination. Mike? Sarah's voice calls. Are you awake? Yeah, come in, I respond, hastily replacing the bandage. Sarah enters, carrying a steaming mug of coffee. Her eyes immediately go to my chest, concern etched on her face. How are you feeling? I accept the coffee gratefully. Better than I should, considering I performed amateur surgery on myself last night. She sits on the edge of the bed, her brow furrowed. About that. Mike, we need to talk about what happened, about what we're going to do next. I nod, taking a sip of coffee to buy myself a moment. I know. But first, I think we need to find some answers. Real answers, not just guesses and theories. Sarah raises an eyebrow. And how do you propose we do that? It's not like we can Google living tattoos and expect to find anything useful. A memory stirs in the back of my mind, something Madame Zora said during our late-night consultation. Maybe we can't Google it, but I think I know where we might find some information. 20 minutes later, we're in my car, heading towards a part of Miami tourists never see. The streets get narrower, the buildings older and more run down. Finally, we pull up in front of a small, dingy shop. The faded sign above the door reads, Arcane Tomes Curios. Sarah eyes the shop skeptically. This is where we're going to find answers? It looks like it's been closed for decades. I shake my head, a small smile playing on my lips. Looks can be deceiving. Come on. As we approach the door, I feel my tattoos stirring beneath my skin, as if they sense something. I push the door open, setting off a dusty-sounding bell. The interior of the shop is dim and cluttered, shelves crammed with books and strange objects. The air is thick with the scent of incense and old paper. At first glance, the place appears empty. Hello? I call out. Anyone here? For a moment, there's no response. Then a voice, creaky with age but sharp with intelligence, responds from the back of the shop. We're closed. Come back never. I can't help but chuckle. Nice to see you too, Zora. It's Mike Sullivan. There's a pause, then the sound of shuffling footsteps. Madame Zora emerges from behind a bookshelf, her silver hair wild around her face, her dark eyes sharp as they take us in. Michael, she says, her voice softening slightly. I wondered when you'd find your way back here. Her gaze shifts to Sarah. And you've brought a friend. How quaint. Sarah bristles at the dismissive tone, but I place a calming hand on her arm. This is Sarah. She's been helping me. We need your help, Zora. We need answers. Zora's eyes narrow, focusing on my chest where the altered mandala lies hidden beneath my shirt. I see you've been busy since our last meeting. Come, both of you. We have much to discuss. She leads us to the back of the shop, into a small room dominated by a round table covered in a velvet cloth. Zora settles into a high-backed chair, gesturing for us to sit. Show me, she commands, her eyes fixed on my chest. Hesitantly, I lift my shirt, revealing the bandaged mandala. Zora leans forward, her gnarled fingers hovering just above my skin. You've awakened it, she murmurs, a mix of awe and concern in her voice. Foolish boy. Do you have any idea what you've done? I shake my head, lowering my shirt. That's why we're here. What's happening to me, Zora? What are these tattoos? Zora leans back in her chair, her eyes never leaving my face. What do you know of the old ways, Michael? The magic that flowed through the world before science and reason pushed it to the shadows? I exchange a confused glance with Sarah. Not much, I admit. Are you saying this is magic? Zora's laugh is harsh and without humor. Magic, science, divine intervention, the name matters little. What matters is the power, and you, my boy, have tapped into something very old and very dangerous. She stands abruptly, moving to a bookshelf in the corner. After a moment of searching, she pulls out a large, leather-bound tome. The cover is unmarked, the pages yellowed with age. This, she says, placing the book on the table, is the Codex Incantatum. It speaks of many things, but there is one story in particular that I believe pertains to your situation. Zora opens the book, her fingers tracing the faded text as she translates. In the time before time, when the veil between worlds was thin, there were those who could capture the essence of spirits in marks upon their skin. These marked ones wielded great power, for the spirits bound to them granted them abilities beyond mortal ken. She looks up, her dark eyes boring into mine. Your tattoos, Michael, are not mere ink. They are conduits, gateways for something other. Sarah leans forward, her skepticism warring with fascination. Are you saying Mike's tattoos are possessed? Zora shakes her head. Not possessed, awakened. The designs you chose, the ink used, somehow it created the perfect conditions for this old magic to manifest. I run a hand through my hair, trying to process this information. But why now? I've had these tattoos for years. Why are they only coming to life now? Zora turns a page in the book, revealing an illustration of a figure covered in swirling, moving tattoos. The codex speaks of a catalyst, a moment of great emotional or physical stress that can awaken the dormant power. Tell me, what happened just before your tattoos first moved? I think back, remembering the night it all began. I had a nightmare, a really vivid one. When I woke up, the dragon on my arm was moving. Zora nods, as if this confirms something. Dreams are powerful things, gateways to the subconscious. Your nightmare likely provided the spark needed to awaken the spirits in your ink. Sarah shakes her head, disbelief clear on her face. This is insane. Spirits? Magic? Mike, you can't seriously be buying this. I meet her gaze, understanding her skepticism but feeling the truth of Zora's words resonating within me. After everything we've seen, Sarah, is it really so hard to believe? How else do you explain what's happening to me? Zora closes the book, her expression grave. Belief is irrelevant. The power is real, whether you choose to accept its origin or not. The question now is, what will you do with it? I lean back in my chair, feeling the weight of this revelation settling on my shoulders. I don't know. I never asked for this power. I just wanted to understand it. To control it. Control? Zora scoffs. You speak of controlling spirits as old as time itself. It is they who will control you if you are not careful. A chill runs down my spine at her words. What do you mean? Are you saying these spirits are dangerous? Zora's eyes soften slightly, a hint of sympathy in her gaze. All power is dangerous in the wrong hands, Michael. These spirits are not good or evil in themselves. They simply are. But they are wild, unpredictable. If you cannot master them, they will master you. Sarah reaches out, taking my hand. How? How can he master them? Zora stands, moving to a cabinet in the corner. She returns with a small, ornate box. There are ways, rituals, meditations, practices passed down through generations of those who walked between worlds. She opens the box, revealing a collection of small vials filled with various colored powders and liquids. These will help you commune with the spirits in your skin, to understand them and, in time, to direct their power. I reach out to take the box, but Zora pulls it back, her expression stern. Be warned, Michael Sullivan. This path you've stumbled upon is not an easy one. It will test you in ways you cannot imagine. Are you prepared for that? I look at Sarah, seeing the concern in her eyes but also the unwavering support. Then I look down at my arms, at the tattoos that have become so much more than mere ink on skin. I think of the visions I've seen, the power I've felt coursing through me. Finally, I meet Zora's gaze. I don't think I have a choice. Whatever this is, whatever I'm becoming, I need to understand it, to control it. If I don't, I trail off, the unspoken consequences hanging in the air between us. Zora nods, seemingly satisfied with my response. Very well, she says, handing me the box. Take these. Study the rituals I will teach you. But remember, the true power lies not in these tools, but within you. The spirits have chosen you, Michael Sullivan. It is up to you to prove worthy of their choice. As we leave the shop, the weight of the box in my hands feels like both a burden and a lifeline. Sarah is quiet beside me, processing everything we've learned. What now? She finally asks as we reach the car. I take a deep breath, feeling my tattoos shifting beneath my skin as if they too are anticipating what's to come. Now, I say, we prepare. Whatever this power is, whatever these spirits want from me, I'm going to face it head on. Sarah nods, a small smile tugging at her lips. We're going to face it head on, she corrects me. I told you, we're in this together. As we drive away from Zora's shop, the Miami sun high in the sky, I can't help but feel a mix of fear and excitement. The revelation of what my tattoos truly are has opened up a world of possibilities and dangers I never could have imagined. But with Sarah by my side, and the knowledge Zora has given us, I feel ready to face whatever comes next. The spirits in my skin stir as if in agreement. The journey ahead is uncertain, but one thing is clear. My life will never be the same again. And maybe, just maybe, that's not such a bad thing after all. My heart pounds as I race through the neon-lit streets of Miami, the humid night air clinging to my skin like a shroud. Every shadow seems to reach for me. Every stranger's glance feels loaded with menace. The clock is ticking and I can feel it in the writhing of the tattoos beneath my clothes. I burst into the 24-hour tattoo parlor, startling the artist behind the counter. "Mike, what the hell, man? You look like you've seen a ghost," he says, concern etching his features. "Worse than a ghost, Eddie," I pant, struggling to catch my breath. "I need your help. It's the tattoos." Eddie's eyebrows shoot up. "What, you want to cover up at 2 a.m.? You know I don't do drunk tattoos even for friends." I shake my head vehemently. No. I need to know everything you know about tattoo curses. Ancient ones. The kind that move. Eddie's expression shifts from confusion to worry. "Mike, you're not making sense. Maybe you should sit down, have some water." "I don't have time," I snap, then immediately regret it. "Sorry, Look, just tell me what you know, please." Eddie sighs, running a hand through his hair. All right. There are old stories, legends really, about tattoos that carried power. Some cultures believed tattoos could trap spirits or serve as gateways to other realms. But Mike, that's all superstition. I roll up my sleeve, revealing the dragon tattoo. Eddie's eyes widen as the inked beast ripples across my skin. "Still think it's just superstition?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "Holy shit," Eddie breathes. He reaches out, then hesitates. "Can I?" I nod, and he gently touches the tattoo. The dragon snaps at his fingers, causing him to jerk back. "This is impossible," he mutters. "Tell me about it," I say grimly. "But it's real, and it's showing me things. Terrible things that are going to happen, and every time I try to stop them, I just make them happen faster." Eddie's face pales. "Like a self-fulfilling prophecy?" "Exactly." I nod. "I need to find a way to break this curse before it's too late." Eddie turns to his computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. "I know a guy who specializes in occult tattoos. Maybe he can help. Let me see if I can get him on video chat." As Eddie works, I pace the small shop, hyper-aware of every twitch and movement beneath my skin. The mandala on my chest begins to spin slowly, and I clench my fists, willing it to stop. "Got him," Eddie says after what feels like an eternity. He turns the screen towards me, revealing a heavily tattooed man with piercing eyes. "This is Mike," Eddie explains quickly. "He's got a situation with living tattoos." The man on the screen leans forward, his gaze intense. "Show me," he commands. I hesitate for a moment, then lift my shirt. The man's eyes widen as he takes in the shifting ink. "By the old gods," he whispers. "I've only seen this once before, in an ancient text. This is the curse of the skinwalker." "How do I break it?" I ask, desperation creeping into my voice. The man's expression grows grim. "The curse feeds on your life force, using your own fears and desires to shape its predictions. Breaking it won't be easy. You'll need to find the source of the curse, the first tattoo that started it all." I think back, trying to remember my first tattoo. The phoenix on my back, I realize. It was my first, but I didn't get it done here in Miami. Where? The man on the screen presses. New Orleans, I reply. During Mardi Gras years ago. I was drunk. It was a street artist. The man nods solemnly. New Orleans is steeped in old magic. You'll need to return there. Find the artist who gave you that tattoo. Only they can undo the curse. I feel a chill run down my spine. And if I can't find them? The man's silence is answer enough. How long do I have? I ask, dreading the answer. The man peers at me through the screen. The curse is progressing rapidly. I'd say no more than 3 days before it consumes you completely. 3 days. The weight of those words settles on me like a ton of bricks. I have 3 days to get to New Orleans, find a street artist I barely remember from years ago, and convince them to undo a curse I don't fully understand. Thank you, I managed to say to the man on the screen. He nods gravely before the call ends. Eddie turns to me, his face a mixture of concern and determination. I'm coming with you, he says. I start to protest, but he cuts me off. You can't do this alone, Mike. You're my friend, and I'll be damned if I let some freaky tattoo curse take you down. For the first time in what feels like ages, I feel a glimmer of hope. Thanks, Eddie, I say, my voice thick with emotion. As we rush out of the shop to pack and book flights, I can feel my tattoos squirming, as if they know their time might be running out. The race against time has begun, and I pray we're not already too late. The harsh Miami sun beats down on me as I stand at the crosswalk, my heart racing. The koi fish on my calf swim in frantic circles, and I know what's coming. I've seen this vision before, me, falling in front of a car. But this time, I'm prepared. I won't let it happen. As the light turns green, I take a deep breath and step onto the crosswalk with exaggerated care. My eyes dart left and right, watching for any sign of danger. Halfway across, I allow myself a small smile. Maybe I can change things after all. That's when I hear the screech of tires. I whirl around to see a car barreling towards me, the driver's eyes wide with panic. Time seems to slow down as I try to leap out of the way. But my foot catches on an uneven part of the road and I'm falling, just like in the vision. The car stops inches from my face, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from its engine. As I lay there, heart pounding, I hear the koi fish on my calf laughing at me. Or maybe that's just my imagination. Oh my God, are you okay? The driver rushes out, helping me to my feet. I'm so sorry. My brakes. I don't know what happened. I wave off his apologies, too shaken to speak. As I stumble away, I can't shake the feeling that I've just made things worse. The curse doesn't just predict the future. It seems determined to make it happen no matter what I do. Back in my apartment, I pace restlessly, my mind racing. There has to be a way to stop this, I mutter to myself. The tattoos on my arms writhe in response, as if mocking my efforts. I grab my phone and dial Eddie's number. He picks up on the third ring. Mike? What's up, man? Eddie, I need your help, I say, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. Remember that thing we talked about? With my tattoos? There's a pause on the other end. Yeah, how could I forget? Did something happen? I explain about the crosswalk incident, my words tumbling out in a rush. When I finish, there's silence on the other end. Eddie, you still there? Yeah, I'm here, he says slowly. Mike, I don't even know what to say. Have you tried, I don't know, covering them up? I laugh bitterly. You think I haven't tried that? Bandages, long sleeves, even tried painting over them. Nothing works, they just show through somehow. Okay, Eddie says. I can almost hear him thinking. What if we try to change the images, like tattoo over them with something else? It's an idea I hadn't considered. You think that might work? Worth a shot, right? Come by the shop tonight after closing. We'll give it a try. Hope blossoms in my chest for the first time in days. Thanks, Eddie. I owe you one. You owe me several, but who's counting? He jokes. See you tonight. As night falls, I make my way to Eddie's tattoo parlor. The streets are quiet, but I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seems to hide a threat, every passerby a potential harbinger of doom. Eddie's waiting for me when I arrive, his face a mask of concern. You look like hell, Mike, he says as he lets me in. Feel worse, I mutter, collapsing into the tattoo chair. So what's the plan? Eddie holds up a sketch. I thought we'd start with this phoenix on your back. It's the first one that started moving, right? Maybe if we can change it, alter its meaning somehow. I nod, too tired to argue. As Eddie starts to work, I close my eyes, trying to ignore the strange sensation of the tattoo fighting back against the needle. Hours pass. Eddie works tirelessly, his brow furrowed in concentration. But every time he thinks he's made progress, the old image reasserts itself, pushing through the new ink like it was never there. Finally, as dawn breaks, Eddie throws down his tattoo gun in frustration. I don't understand, he says, running a hand through his hair. It's like the ink has a mind of its own. I sit up slowly, wincing at the soreness in my back. Let me see, I say, turning to the mirror. What I see makes my blood run cold. The phoenix is still there, unchanged. But now it's surrounded by a scene of destruction, buildings crumbling, people fleeing in terror. And at the center of it all, a figure that looks disturbingly like me. Eddie, I whisper. I think we just made it worse. Eddie's face pales as he sees the new image. Mike, I'm so sorry, I thought. I shake my head, cutting him off. It's not your fault. This thing, it's more powerful than we realized. As if in response to my words, the tattoos across my body begin to move more vigorously. The dragon on my arm breathes fire, scorching the skin around it. The mandala on my chest spins faster, making me dizzy. We need to try something else, I say, gritting my teeth against the pain. There has to be a way to stop this. Eddie nods, though I can see the doubt in his eyes. What if we try to communicate with it? Maybe there's a reason it's doing this to you. It's a desperate idea, but at this point I'm willing to try anything. How do we do that? I know a medium, Eddie says. She's helped me before with unusual cases. Maybe she can help us understand what's happening to you. An hour later, we're sitting in a dimly lit room, the air heavy with incense. Madame Zoraya, Eddie's medium, eyes me warily from across the table. This is no ordinary curse, she says, her voice low and gravelly. It is old magic, very powerful. It seeks to fulfill a purpose. What purpose? I ask, leaning forward. Madame Zoraya closes her eyes, her hands hovering over my arms. I sense great pain, loss, a debt unpaid. Her eyes snap open, fixing me with an intense stare. What did you do, boy? What sin calls for such punishment? I rack my brain, trying to think of anything I might have done to deserve this. I don't know. I'm just a tattoo artist. I've never hurt anyone. Never. Suddenly a memory surfaces. Years ago, in New Orleans. The street artist who gave me my first tattoo, the phoenix. The way he had looked at me, his eyes filled with a strange, knowing light. There was a man, I say slowly. He gave me my first tattoo. He said it was a gift, that it would change my life. I thought he was just talking it up, you know? But now, Madame Zoraya nods solemnly. The phoenix, symbol of rebirth, of transformation, but also of destruction. This curse, it seeks to remake you, to burn away what you are and create something new from the ashes. A chill runs down my spine. How do I stop it? The medium shakes her head. You cannot stop it. You can only guide it. The visions you see, they are possibilities, not certainties. You must learn to interpret them, to understand their true meaning. But every time I try to change things, I just make them happen faster, I protest. Because you resist. Madame Zoraya says. The curse feeds on your fear, your desperation. You must learn to flow with it, to accept the changes it brings. I shake my head, frustration building. That's crazy. You're telling me to just let this thing take over my life? No, she says firmly. I'm telling you to take control of it. The power is within you, but you must learn to use it. As if in response to her words, the tattoos across my body begin to glow faintly. I can feel a strange energy building within me, like nothing I've ever experienced before. What's happening? Eddie asks, his voice tinged with awe and fear. Madame Zoraya's eyes widen. The curse. It responds to your acceptance. Quick, boy, focus on what you want, not what you fear. Closing my eyes, I concentrate on positive images. Healing, growth, understanding. I picture the phoenix rising not from destruction, but from transformation. For a moment, I feel a surge of hope. The pain in my tattoos subsides, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. But then, just as quickly, it all goes wrong. The energy building within me explodes outward. I hear Eddie and Madame Zoraya cry out in alarm. When I open my eyes, the room is in chaos. Objects have been thrown about, and a small fire has started in one corner. I'm sorry, I gasp, horrified at what I've done. I didn't mean to. Madame Zoraya struggles to her feet, her face ashen. This is beyond my power to help, she says. The curse, it is too strong, too unpredictable. Eddie helps her to a chair, then turns to me, his expression a mix of fear and determination. We'll figure this out, Mike. There has to be a way. But as I look down at my arms, I see new images forming. A city in flames, people running in terror. And at the center of it all, a figure wreathed in fire. Me. I don't think we can, Eddie, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I think I might be the danger everyone needs to be saved from. As the full weight of my situation crashes down on me, I feel something break inside. The tattoos across my body writhe in triumph, and I know that my failed attempts have only made things worse. The curse is winning, and I'm running out of time. I stumble out of Madame Zoraya's house, ignoring Eddie's calls for me to wait. The night air hits me like a slap, but it does nothing to clear my head. My skin feels too tight, like it's barely containing the chaos within me. As I walk aimlessly through the streets, my mind races. Every attempt to change my fate has backfired spectacularly. The crosswalk incident, Eddie's attempt to alter the tattoos, even trying to communicate with the curse. Each failure has only strengthened its hold on me. I find myself at the beach, the sound of waves crashing against the shore, a stark contrast to the turmoil inside me. Collapsing onto the sand, I stare out at the dark water, wondering if I should just let it swallow me up. It wouldn't work, you know, a voice says beside me. I jump, startled to find an old man sitting there. I hadn't heard him approach. His skin is a tapestry of faded tattoos, and his eyes hold a wisdom that seems ancient. What wouldn't work? I ask, though I have a feeling I know what he means. He nods towards the ocean. Trying to escape. The curse would just bring you back. It's not done with you yet. I eye him warily. How do you know about the curse? The old man chuckles, a dry sound like rustling leaves. Let's just say I've seen it before, many, many years ago. Hope flares in my chest. Then you know how to break it? He shakes his head slowly. It's not about breaking it, son. It's about understanding it. Embracing it. That's what the medium said, I mutter. But when I tried, I almost burned down her house. Because you're still fighting it, the old man says. The curse, it's a gift in its way. A terrible, powerful gift, but a gift nonetheless. It's trying to show you something, to teach you. I laugh bitterly. Teach me what? How to destroy everything I care about. The old man's eyes soften. How to become who you're meant to be. The phoenix rises from its own ashes, remember? Sometimes we need to let parts of ourselves burn away to become something greater. As he speaks, I feel the tattoos on my skin begin to warm. Not painfully, like before, but with a gentle heat. The images shift, no longer scenes of destruction but of transformation. I see myself, surrounded by fire, but not consumed by it. Instead, I'm channeling it, using it to create incredible works of art. I don't understand, I whisper. You will, the old man says, getting to his feet with surprising agility. But you need to stop trying to control the curse and start listening to it. Let it guide you. As he walks away, fading into the pre-dawn mist, I call out, "Wait, who are you?" His voice drifts back to me, carried on the sea breeze. Just someone who learned the hard way. Good luck, Mike. Remember, embrace the fire. I sit there as the sun rises, turning his words over in my mind. Every attempt to fight the curse has failed. Maybe it's time to try something different. Maybe it's time to embrace the fire. As I stand up, brushing sand from my clothes, I feel a calmness I haven't experienced in weeks. The tattoos still move beneath my skin, but now their motion feels less like a threat and more like a promise. A promise of change, of growth, of becoming something I never imagined I could be. I don't know what will happen next. The curse is still there, still powerful. But for the first time since this all began, I feel like I might have a chance. Not to defeat it, but to understand it. To use it. As I walk back towards the city, I make a decision. No more running. No more desperate attempts to change what can't be changed. It's time to face the fire and see what rises from the ashes. The dragon on my arm breathes a small flame and I smile. Maybe this time I won't fail. Maybe this time I'll fly. The constant buzzing of my phone feels like a hammer against my skull. I glance at the screen, seeing missed calls and messages from friends, family, and clients. With a heavy sigh, I silence the device and toss it onto my cluttered coffee table. My apartment feels smaller than ever, the walls closing in around me. The curtains are drawn tight, keeping out the Miami sunshine I once loved. Now even the slightest ray of light feels like an intrusion, threatening to illuminate the nightmare my life has become. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the darkened TV screen and barely recognize myself. Dark circles under my eyes, unkempt beard, and a haunted look that seems permanently etched on my face. But it's the constantly shifting tattoos that draw my attention. They never stop moving now, a constant reminder of the curse that's consuming me. The dragon on my forearm breathes fire, scorching the skin around it. I wince, more from the memory of pain than any actual sensation. Physical pain seems distant now, overshadowed by the emotional torment of my isolation. A knock at the door startles me from my reverie. "Mike, are you in there?" It's Sarah, my best friend and fellow tattoo artist. I hold my breath, hoping she'll think I'm not home and leave, but Sarah's persistent. "Come on, Mike, I know you're in there. We're all worried about you, please. Just talk to me." Her voice breaks on the last word and guilt washes over me. I want to open the door, to let her in and spill everything. But the image of my tattoos showing her a vision of her own gruesome death flashes through my mind, and I stay rooted to the spot. "I'm fine, Sarah," I call out, my voice hoarse from disuse. Just need some time alone. I'll be back at the shop soon, I promise." There's a long pause. I can almost feel her hesitation through the door. "Okay," she finally says, her voice small and defeated. "But please, Mike, don't shut us out completely. We're here for you, whatever's going on." I hear her footsteps retreating, and something inside me breaks. Tears stream down my face as I slide down the wall, hugging my knees to my chest. The tattoos writhe more vigorously, feeding off my emotional turmoil. "I'm sorry," I whisper to the empty room. "I'm so sorry." Days blur together in a haze of sleepless nights and anxiety-filled days. I venture out only for absolute necessities, always under the cover of darkness. The few people I encounter on these brief excursions shrink away from me. perhaps sensing the otherworldly energy that surrounds me now. My phone has long since died and I can't bring myself to charge it. The silence in my apartment is broken only by the occasional creak of the building and the constant whisper of my moving tattoos. One night, unable to bear the confines of my apartment any longer, I find myself on the roof of my building. The Miami skyline stretches out before me, a tapestry of lights that once filled me with inspiration. Now, it just reminds me of everything I've lost. "Beautiful view," a voice says behind me. I whirl around, startled to see an old man standing there. His skin is a canvas of faded tattoos, and his eyes hold a wisdom that seems ancient. I hadn't heard him approach. "How did you get up here?" I ask, my voice rough from disuse. He shrugs, a small smile playing on his lips. "Same way you did, I expect. The real question is, why are you up here?" I turn back to the view, unable to meet his knowing gaze. "Needed some air." He murmurs, coming to stand beside me. "Seems to me like you've had nothing but air lately. All that empty space you've put between yourself and the world." I bristle at his words. "You don't know anything about me." "No?" He raises an eyebrow. "I know you're carrying a heavy burden. I know you think you're protecting others by pushing them away. And I know you're wrong." His words hit too close to home, and anger flares within me. "What do you want from me? You have no idea what I'm dealing with." As if in response to my outburst, my tattoos begin to glow faintly. I feel something other than fear and despair. A tiny spark of hope, of connection. The old man places a gnarled hand on my shoulder. "The path ahead won't be easy, but you don't have to walk it alone." As he turns to leave, I call out, "Wait, who are you?" He pauses, looking back with an enigmatic smile. "Just someone who learned the hard way. Good luck, Mike. Remember, embrace the fire, but don't let it consume you." I watch him disappear down the stairs, his words echoing in my mind. As the first rays of dawn break over the Miami skyline, I make a decision. I'll call Sarah, explain everything. I'll stop pushing away the people who care about me. The tattoos on my skin seem to calm at this resolution, their movement becoming almost peaceful. For the first time in what feels like forever, I take a deep breath and feel like maybe, just maybe, I can face whatever comes next. As I head back to my apartment, I realize the isolation I've imposed on myself has been as much a curse as the tattoos themselves. It's time to break free from both. The dim light of my bedside lamp casts eerie shadows across my room as I sit on the edge of my bed, hands trembling. Sleep has become a distant memory, a luxury I can no longer afford. Every time I close my eyes, the visions come, each more terrifying than the last. I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision and turn my head slowly, dreading what I might see. The snake tattoo around my neck, once a symbol of rebirth and transformation, now feels like a noose tightening with each passing day. As I watch, the inked serpent begins to move, its scales rippling in the dim light. I feel its cold, spectral body sliding across my skin, and I can't suppress a shudder. "Please," I whisper, my voice hoarse and desperate. "Not again. I can't take another vision." But the curse cares nothing for my pleas. The snake's eyes begin to glow with an otherworldly light, and I feel myself being pulled into its gaze. The room around me fades away, replaced by a scene of utter desolation. I find myself standing in a vast, empty space. There's no horizon, no sky, no ground beneath my feet, just an endless void of darkness. The silence is absolute, pressing against my eardrums like a physical force. "Hello?" I call out, my voice swallowed by the emptiness. "Is anyone there?" No response comes, not even an echo. Panic begins to claw at my throat as I spin around, searching desperately for any sign of life, any hint of color in this monochrome hell. Suddenly I hear a voice, my own voice, whispering from the darkness. "This is your fate, Mike," it says, the words slithering into my mind like poison. "This is where your path leads, alone, forgotten, lost in the void. No, I protest, my voice breaking. This can't be real. It's just another vision. It doesn't have to come true. A chuckle emanates from the darkness, cold and mirthless. But don't you see? It's already happening. You've pushed everyone away. You're alone by choice. This, and I feel a gesture encompassing the void around me, is just the inevitable conclusion. I fall to my knees, or at least I think I do. It's hard to tell in this featureless space. There has to be another way, I plead. I never wanted this. I never asked for this curse. Asked for it? The voice sounds amused now. Oh, but you did, Mike. Every time you put ink to skin, every time you changed someone's body without understanding the power of the marks you were making. You called to the old magic, and now it's answered. Memories flash through my mind. Every tattoo I've ever done, every client whose life I've touched. Had I really been playing with forces beyond my understanding all this time? What can I do? I ask, desperation clear in my voice. How do I change this? The darkness seems to press closer, and I feel the phantom coils of the snake tightening around my throat. You can't change it, Mike. You can only embrace it. Let the curse run its course. Let it burn away everything you were, so you can become what you're meant to be. And what's that? I manage to choke out. Something more, the voice whispers. Something powerful. Something terrifying. With those words, the vision begins to fade. I find myself back in my room, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. The snake tattoo has settled back into its usual place, but I can still feel its phantom grip around my neck. I stumble to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. When I look up at the mirror, I barely recognize the man staring back at me. My eyes are wild, haunted. The tattoos across my body seem to writhe with a life of their own. A knock at the door startles me out of my reverie. Mike, are you okay in there? It's Eddie, my friend and fellow tattoo artist. I'd almost forgotten he was staying over, worried about leaving me alone after my recent episodes. I open the door and Eddie's eyes widen as he takes in my appearance. Jesus, Mike, you look like hell. Another vision? I nod, unable to find the words to describe the horror I've just experienced. Eddie leads me back to the bedroom, sitting me down on the bed. Talk to me, man, he says, his voice gentle but firm. What did you see? I take a shuddering breath. I was alone, completely alone, in this endless darkness. And there was this voice, my voice, telling me that's my fate, that I'm going to end up alone and forgotten. Eddie's brow furrows with concern. That's not going to happen, Mike. We're not going to let it happen. You've got friends, family, we're here for you. I shake my head, the hopelessness of the vision still clinging to me. You don't understand. This curse, it's changing me. I'm becoming something else, something dangerous. Maybe it's better if I am alone. Bullshit, Eddie says firmly. You're still you, Mike. Cursed tattoos or not, and we're not giving up on you. His words spark a tiny flame of hope in my chest, but the memory of the vision's dark promises quickly smothers it. But what if the voice was right? What if this is what I'm meant to become? Eddie grabs my shoulders, forcing me to meet his gaze. Listen to me. You're Mike Santos. You're a talented artist, a good friend, and one of the strongest people I know. No curse gets to decide who you become. That's on you. I want to believe him. God, how I want to believe him. But the weight of the curse, the power of the visions feels overwhelming. I'm scared, Eddie, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight this. Eddie's expression softens. Then let us help you fight it. You don't have to do this alone. As he speaks, I feel the snake tattoo shift slightly, as if in disagreement. The curse wants me isolated, alone. But maybe that's exactly why I need to resist that pull. Okay, I say, taking a deep breath. Okay, I'll try. Eddie smiles, relief evident on his face. That's all we can ask. Now, how about some coffee? Sounds like neither of us is getting back to sleep anytime soon. As we head to the kitchen, I can't shake the lingering dread from the vision. The path ahead is dark and uncertain, but with Eddie's words echoing in my mind, I feel a small spark of defiance growing. The curse may be powerful, but I'm not ready to surrender to it just yet. Whatever I'm becoming, whatever lies ahead, I'll face it on my own terms. The snake tattoo tightens briefly around my neck, a warning or a challenge. I'm not sure which. But for the first time in weeks, I feel something other than fear. I feel ready to fight back. The soft glow of candlelight flickers across the cluttered living room of my apartment, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Books on ancient curses and mystical tattoos are strewn everywhere, their pages marked with colorful sticky notes. In the center of this chaos, I sit cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a circle of salt, a futile attempt at protection against the magic that now courses through my veins. Eddie paces nervously behind me, his footsteps a rhythmic counterpoint to the eerie silence. "Are you sure about this, Mike?" he asks for what feels like the 100th time. "There's got to be another way." I take a deep breath, trying to center myself. "We've tried everything else, Eddie. This is our last shot." The decision to remove all my tattoos wasn't an easy one. Each mark on my skin tells a story, represents a piece of who I am, or who I was. But now, they've become a curse, a living nightmare that threatens to consume me entirely. "I still think we should wait for Madame Zoraya," Eddie mutters, running a hand through his disheveled hair. I shake my head, wincing as the movement causes the snake tattoo around my neck to tighten slightly. "We can't wait any longer. The curse is getting stronger every day. If we don't do this now, I'm afraid there won't be anything left of me to save." As if to emphasize my point, the dragon on my forearm suddenly breathes a jet of spectral flame, scorching the air but leaving my skin unburned. Eddie jumps back, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. "Jesus," he whispers. Okay. What do you need me to do?" I gesture to the assortment of items laid out before me. Candles, herbs, a silver bowl filled with a mixture of water and various crushed crystals, and a wickedly sharp ceremonial dagger. "Just be here," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I don't know what's going to happen, but I have a feeling it's not going to be pleasant. Eddie nods solemnly, taking a seat just outside the salt circle. "I've got your back, man. Always." With trembling hands, I pick up the dagger. Its weight feels significant, as if it's more than just metal, as if it understands the gravity of what I'm about to attempt. "Okay," I mutter, more to myself than to Eddie. Here goes nothing. I close my eyes and begin to recite the incantation I've spent weeks memorizing. The words feel strange on my tongue, an ancient language that resonates with the magic now coursing through my body. As I speak, I feel the tattoos on my skin begin to writhe more vigorously. The phoenix on my back feels like it's on fire, its wings beating against my shoulder blades. The mandala on my chest spins faster, making me dizzy even with my eyes closed. "Mike?" Eddie's voice seems distant, muffled. "Mike, your tattoos, they're glowing." I can't respond, can't break the flow of the incantation. The room around me fades away, and I find myself in a vast, empty space, similar to the void I saw in my last vision, but somehow different. Less menacing, more expectant. A voice echoes through the void, my voice but not quite. "So you've decided to face me at last." I open my eyes, finding myself face to face with myself. Or rather, a version of myself covered entirely in moving, glowing tattoos. My eyes burn with an otherworldly light. "Who are you?" I ask, though I think I already know the answer. The other me smiles, a predatory grin that sends chills down my spine. "I'm you, of course." The you that could be. The you that embraces the power of the curse instead of fighting it. I shake my head, gripping the dagger tighter. That's not who I am. That's not who I want to be. Are you sure? He asks, circling me slowly. Think of what you could accomplish with this power. The art you could create, the lives you could change. Why fight it? For a moment, I falter. The promise of power is tempting, especially after weeks of feeling helpless against the curse. But then I think of Eddie, waiting for me back in the real world. Of Sarah, and all my other friends I've pushed away. Of the person I was before all this started. Because it's not mine, I say firmly. This power, it comes at too high a cost. I won't let it consume me. The other me snarls, all pretense of friendliness gone. Then you'll have to take it from me. He lunges at me, tattoos writhing like living things. I raise the dagger, feeling it pulse with energy. As our bodies collide, I feel a searing pain across my skin, as if every tattoo is being burned away at once. I scream, the sound echoing through the void. In the distance, I hear Eddie calling my name, his voice panicked. Mike! Mike! Come back! Oh God! What have we done? With a final Herculean effort, I plunge the dagger into the chest of my tattooed doppelganger. There's a blinding flash of light, and then I gasp, my eyes flying open. I'm back in my apartment, lying on the floor with my head in Eddie's lap. The candles have all gone out, and the air smells of ozone and burned herbs. Mike? Eddie's voice is choked with emotion. Are you okay? Say something, please. Slowly, painfully, I sit up. Every inch of my skin feels raw, like I've been scrubbed with sandpaper. But as I look down at my arms, I see nothing. No dragon, no moving ink. Just pale, unmarked skin. I pause, my voice hoarse. I think it worked. Eddie lets out a sound that's half laugh, half sob, pulling me into a crushing hug. Don't you ever scare me like that again, you idiot. As the adrenaline fades, exhaustion hits me like a tidal wave. But beneath the fatigue, I feel something I haven't felt in weeks. Hope. The curse is gone, burned away along with my tattoos. The path ahead is uncertain, my body forever changed. But for the first time in a long time, I feel like myself again. Come on, Eddie says, helping me to my feet. Let's get you cleaned up. Then we've got some calls to make. I think it's time you reconnected with everyone. I nod, leaning heavily on him as we make our way to the bathroom. The mirror shows a stranger, pale, scarred, but undeniably me. As I stare at my reflection, I make a silent vow. Whatever comes next, I'll face it as myself. No more curses, no more running. Just me, my art, and the people I care about. The preparation is over. Now, the real work begins. The air in the dimly lit room is thick with the acrid smell of burning sage and the metallic tang of anticipation. I lie on the cold, sterile table, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. The tattoo removal specialist, Dr. Emilia Rodriguez, stands over me, her face a mask of professional calm belying the gravity of what we're about to attempt. Are you absolutely certain you want to go through with this, Mike? She asks, her voice gentle but firm. The process will be excruciating, and there's no guarantee of success. I swallow hard, my mouth dry as sandpaper. I'm sure, I rasp. It's the only way to break the curse. Dr. Rodriguez nods solemnly. Very well. We'll start with the phoenix on your back. It's the oldest, and likely the source of the curse. Are you ready? I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be. All right, she says. I'm going to begin now. Try to remain as still as possible. The buzz of the laser fills the room, and I brace myself for the pain. But nothing could have prepared me for the agony that follows. It's as if every nerve ending in my back is on fire, screaming in protest as the laser works to break down the ink. I grit my teeth, trying to stifle a scream. Sweat beads on my forehead, trickling down my temples. You're doing great, Mike, Dr. Rodriguez encourages. The Phoenix is reacting strongly to the laser. I've never seen anything like it. Through the haze of pain, I feel the tattoo writhing on my skin, as if trying to escape the laser's assault. The room temperature seems to drop dramatically, and I hear what sounds like the distant cry of a bird. "What's happening?" I manage to gasp out. Dr. Rodriguez's voice is tense. "The ink. It's resisting the removal process. It's almost as if it's alive." Suddenly, a searing pain shoots through my entire body. My back arches off the table, and this time I can't hold back the scream that tears from my throat. "Mike!" Dr. Rodriguez calls out, alarm clear in her voice. "Mike, can you hear me?" But I'm no longer in the room. In my mind's eye, I see a vast desert landscape, the sand stained red with the setting sun. Before me stands an enormous phoenix, its feathers a dazzling array of reds, oranges, and golds. Its eyes, ancient and knowing, bore into mine. "Why do you seek to unmake us?" the phoenix asks, its voice resonating in my mind. "We are a part of you now." I stand my ground, even as the heat from the bird's flaming feathers scorches my skin. "You're destroying me," I say. "This curse, it's too much. I can't live like this anymore." The phoenix tilts its head, regarding me curiously. "The curse, as you call it, is not a punishment. It is a gift, a transformation. Why do you resist?" "Because I didn't ask for this," I shout, my frustration and fear boiling over. "I don't want to be transformed. I want to be me again." The great bird's eyes seem to soften. "And who are you, Mike? The man who marks others without understanding the power of the ink? Or the man who now sees the true nature of the art he creates?" Its words give me pause. Who am I? The tattoo artist who worked without thought of consequence? Or this new being, aware of the magic that flows through every line and shadow? I don't know, I admit. The phoenix nods, as if expecting this answer. "Then perhaps that is what you must discover. The path ahead will not be easy. The removal of our marks will cause you great pain, both physical and spiritual. Are you prepared for that journey?" I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I have to be. I can't go on like this. "Very well," the phoenix says. Its form begins to shimmer and fade. "Remember, Mike, the fire that burns away the old also gives birth to the new. Embrace the pain, for it is the crucible of your rebirth." With those words, the vision fades, and I find myself back on the table in Dr. Rodriguez's office. The pain is still there, a constant burning presence, but somehow more manageable now. "Mike, can you hear me?" Dr. Rodriguez's voice is filled with concern. I open my eyes, blinking against the harsh light. "Yeah," I croak, "I'm here." She lets out a relieved sigh. "Thank goodness. You went into some kind of trance. I was about to call for help." I try to sit up, but she gently pushes me back down. "Easy there. We're not done yet. The phoenix, it's starting to fade, but we have a long way to go." I nod, settling back onto the table. "Keep going," I say, my voice stronger now. "I'm ready." As Dr. Rodriguez resumes the removal process, I steel myself for the pain to come. The phoenix's words echo in my mind. This is more than just removing tattoos. It's a journey of self-discovery, a painful rebirth. The laser buzzes to life again, and I feel the familiar burn. But this time, instead of fighting it, I try to embrace it. Each pulse of pain is a step towards freedom, towards understanding who I truly am. Hours pass in a blur of agony and strange, hallucinatory visions. Each tattoo seems to come alive as it's removed, telling its story, challenging me to understand its meaning. The dragon on my arm breathes fire one last time before fading away. The mandala on my chest spins, showing me glimpses of other realities before dissolving into nothingness. Through it all, Dr. Rodriguez works tirelessly, her focus unwavering. "You're doing incredibly well, Mike," she says during a brief pause. "I've never seen anyone endure this much in one session." I manage a weak smile. No choice, I mutter. Have to see it through. As the last traces of ink are removed from my skin, I feel a profound sense of loss, but also of liberation. The curse that has haunted me for so long is finally lifting, leaving me raw and vulnerable but free. It's done, Dr. Rodriguez says softly, setting aside her equipment. How do you feel? I sit up slowly, every movement sending ripples of pain through my body. But beneath the pain, there's something else. A lightness, a sense of possibility I haven't felt in months. Like I've been burned away and reborn, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Like I'm finally me again. Dr. Rodriguez smiles, patting my shoulder gently. Rest now. The healing process will take time, both for your body and your spirit. As I lie back down, exhaustion washing over me, I realize that this is just the beginning. The ritual may be over, but the true journey, understanding who I am without the curse, without the tattoos that have defined me for so long, is only just beginning. For the first time in months, I look forward to what the future might hold. The harsh fluorescent lights of the tattoo removal clinic flicker ominously as Dr. Rodriguez works tirelessly on my skin. We're halfway through the removal process, and the air is thick with the acrid smell of burning ink and the metallic tang of blood. My body feels like it's been put through a meat grinder, every inch of skin raw and screaming. How are you holding up, Mike? Dr. Rodriguez asks, her voice muffled behind her surgical mask. I grit my teeth, trying to focus on anything but the searing pain. I'm managing, I gasp out. How much longer? She pauses, wiping sweat from her brow. We're about halfway through. The phoenix is gone, and most of the smaller pieces, but... She trails off, her brow furrowing in concern. But what? I ask, a new wave of anxiety washing over me. Dr. Rodriguez sighs, setting down her laser. The remaining tattoos, they're not responding as they should. It's like they're fighting back. As if on cue, I feel a burning sensation on my left arm. We both watch in horror as the dragon tattoo, which had been fading steadily, suddenly begins to darken and move. What the hell? I exclaim, trying to sit up. Dr. Rodriguez pushes me back down gently. Don't move. I've never seen anything like this before. The dragon writhes on my skin, its inky form becoming more defined by the second. I can feel its rage, its desperation to survive. Suddenly it opens its mouth and lets out a silent roar. To my shock and horror, flames, real scorching flames, erupt from its jaws, singeing the hair on my arm. Jesus Christ, Dr. Rodriguez jumps back, nearly dropping her equipment. This is impossible. The commotion seems to trigger the other remaining tattoos. The mandala on my chest begins to spin, creating a dizzying vortex effect. The snake around my neck tightens, making it hard to breathe. Dr. Rodriguez, I choke out. What's happening? She shakes her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. I don't know. It's like the curse is concentrating its power in the remaining tattoos. They're fighting to survive. I close my eyes, trying to center myself amidst the chaos. I can feel the tattoos' desperation, their fear of oblivion. In a strange way, I understand it. They've been a part of me for so long, shaping my identity, my very being. Of course they don't want to let go. Mike, Dr. Rodriguez says urgently, we need to stop the procedure. This is too dangerous. No, I say, more forcefully than I intended. We can't stop now. If we do, the curse wins. We have to see this through. She hesitates, clearly torn between her duty as a medical professional and the extraordinary circumstances we find ourselves in. I don't know if I can safely continue. These reactions, they're beyond anything I've ever encountered. I take a deep breath, wincing as the snake tattoo tightens again. Then let me try something. Give me a minute. Dr. Rodriguez nods reluctantly, stepping back to give me space. I close my eyes again, focusing on the tattoos, on the magic that flows through them. I know you're scared, I say softly, addressing the ink embedded in my skin. I know you don't want to disappear, but this isn't right. You're not supposed to control me like this. The dragon on my arm stirs, its movements becoming less frantic. I continue, encouraged by the response. You've been a part of me for so long. You've shaped me, changed me. But it's time to let go. I need to find out who I am without you. The mandala's spinning slows, its vortex becoming less chaotic. The snake's grip loosens slightly. I promise, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I won't forget you. The marks you've left on me go deeper than skin, but it's time for both of us to move on. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, slowly, I feel a shift. The dragon lets out one last silent roar before settling back into my skin. The mandala's spinning stops, its pattern becoming static once more. The snake uncoils, relaxing its grip on my throat. I open my eyes to find Dr. Rodriguez staring at me in amazement. How did you do that? She asks. I shake my head, feeling drained but oddly peaceful. I'm not sure. I just talked to them, made them understand. She nods slowly, a look of newfound respect in her eyes. I've never seen anything like that. You have a gift, Mike. Maybe, I say, still processing what just happened. But right now, I just want to finish this. Can we continue? Dr. Rodriguez hesitates for a moment, then nods. If you're sure you're up for it, but if anything like that happens again, we stop immediately. Deal? Deal, I agree. As she picks up the laser once more, I brace myself for the pain to come. But this time it's different. The burning sensation is still there, but it feels cleaner somehow, like a purification rather than a destruction. The remaining tattoos fade quietly, offering no more resistance. It's as if they've accepted their fate, understanding that this transition is necessary for both of us. Hours later, as Dr. Rodriguez applies the final bandages to my now ink-free skin, I feel a profound sense of loss, but also of possibility. The unexpected complication with the tattoos fighting back was terrifying, but in a way, it was also a gift. It forced me to confront the deeper meaning of this process, to truly understand what I was letting go of and why. As I gingerly sit up, wincing at the movement, Dr. Rodriguez gives me a tired but triumphant smile. We did it, Mike. Against all odds, we did it. I nod, too overwhelmed to speak. The journey isn't over. My skin will take weeks to heal, and the psychological impact of losing my tattoos will take even longer to process. But for the first time in months, I feel like myself again. Not the cursed version, not the tattoo-covered artist, but just me. As I prepare to leave the clinic, I take one last look in the mirror. My reflection is strange, unfamiliar without the ink that has defined me for so long. But in my eyes, I see a strength I'd forgotten I possessed. Whatever comes next, I know I'm ready to face it, complications and all. The world around me is a blur of pain and exhaustion as I lie on the cold clinical table. Dr. Rodriguez's face swims in and out of focus above me, her brow furrowed in concentration. We've been at this for what feels like an eternity, each session more grueling than the last. Mike. Dr. Rodriguez's voice cuts through the haze of my pain-addled mind. Mike, can you hear me? I manage a weak nod, my throat too raw from screaming to form words. She leans in closer, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and determination. We're down to the last tattoo, the snake around your neck. It's not responding to the laser like the others did. I close my eyes, feeling the familiar weight of the snake tattoo. It's been with me the longest, a constant presence for years. Even now I can feel it moving, coiling tighter around my throat. What do we do? I rasp out, each word a struggle. Dr. Rodriguez sighs, setting down her equipment. I'm not sure. This tattoo seems to be the anchor for the entire curse. It's resisting every method we've tried. As if in response to her words, The snake tattoo begins to writhe more vigorously. I feel its spectral fangs sink into my skin, sending waves of icy pain through my body. Gah! I cry out, my back arching off the table. Mike! Dr. Rodriguez calls out, her hands hovering over me, unsure how to help. What's happening? Through gritted teeth, I manage to explain. It's fighting back, harder than before. I think it knows this is the end. Dr. Rodriguez's face hardens with resolve. Then we fight harder. I'm going to try increasing the laser's power. It's risky, but it might be our only chance. As she turns to adjust the equipment, I hear a voice in my head, cold, ancient, and terrifyingly familiar. Why do you resist us, Michael? The voice hisses. We are a part of you. We are your power, your identity. I shake my head, trying to clear the voice away. No, I whisper. You're a curse. You're not me. The snake's coils tighten, making it hard to breathe. Are you so sure? Without us, what are you? A mediocre artist? A man with no true power? We made you special. Doubts begin to creep into my mind. The voice is right, in a way. The tattoos, the curse, they've defined me for so long. Who am I without them? Mike, Dr. Rodriguez's voice breaks through my internal struggle. I'm ready to start again. Are you with me? I open my eyes, meeting her concerned gaze. In that moment, I make a decision. Yes, I say, my voice stronger than I expected. Let's finish this. As the laser starts up again, its hum filling the room, I steel myself for what's to come. The pain is immediate and intense, worse than anything I've experienced so far. It feels like my very soul is being burned away. The snake tattoo thrashes wildly, its spectral form becoming more solid, more real. I can see it now, not just feel it. A massive serpent coiled around my body, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. You cannot destroy us, it hisses, its voice a mix of rage and fear. We are eternal. Through the haze of pain, I find my voice. You're wrong, I grit out. You're just ink and magic. I'm more than that. I always have been. With every pulse of the laser, I feel the snake's grip weakening. But as it fades, I feel something else slipping away too. The magic that's been a part of me for so long, the power I've grown accustomed to. For a moment, panic sets in. Who am I without this power? What if the voice was right? What if I'm nothing without the curse? Mike, Dr. Rodriguez's voice cuts through my spiral of doubt. Stay with me, you're doing great. The tattoo is fading. Her words give me strength. I focus on her voice, on the sensation of the laser on my skin. Yes, the magic is fading, but so is the curse that's tormented me for months. I am Michael Santos, I say, my voice growing stronger with each word. I'm an artist, a friend, a survivor, and I don't need you to be special. With one final agonizing pulse of the laser, I feel something break. The snake lets out a silent scream as it dissolves into mist, taking with it the last traces of the curse. The room falls silent, save for the heavy breathing of both Dr. Rodriguez and myself. Slowly, cautiously, I open my eyes. Dr. Rodriguez is staring at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief. It's gone, she whispers. The snake, all of it. Your skin is clear. With trembling hands, I reach up to touch my neck. For the first time in years, I feel nothing but smooth, unmarked skin. We did it, I breathe, a wave of relief washing over me. It's over. Dr. Rodriguez nods, a tired smile spreading across her face. You did it, Mike. I've never seen anyone fight like that. How do you feel? I take a moment to assess. My body aches all over, my skin raw and tender. The absence of the tattoos feels strange, almost alien. And yet, I feel light, I say, surprised by the truth of it. Like a weight I didn't even know I was carrying has been lifted. As Dr. Rodriguez helps me sit up, I catch a glimpse of myself in a nearby mirror. The man looking back at me is unfamiliar. Pale, scarred, but undeniably me. Not the cursed artist, not the powerful mystic, just Mike. It's going to take some time to adjust, Dr. Rodriguez says gently. Both physically and mentally, but you've taken the first step. You're free. I nod, still staring at my reflection. The path ahead is uncertain, my identity in flux. But for the first time in months, I feel hope. The final push is over. Now the real journey begins. Thank you, I say to Dr. Rodriguez, my voice thick with emotion. For everything. She squeezes my shoulder gently. You're welcome, Mike. Now let's get you patched up. You've got a new life waiting for you out there. As we begin the process of bandaging my raw skin, I can't help but smile. The curse is gone. The tattoos are gone. But I'm still here. Weaker in some ways, perhaps, but stronger in others. And ready, finally, to discover who I truly am. The room is eerily silent as Dr. Rodriguez applies the final bandage to my raw, newly ink-free skin. All the pain and fear and uncertainty, it all comes down to this. Slowly, carefully, I swing my legs over the side of the examination table. My muscles protest the movement, but I grit my teeth and push through. Dr. Rodriguez stands nearby, ready to assist if needed, but allowing me this moment of independence. I take another deep breath, steeling myself. Okay, let's do this. With trembling fingers, I begin to remove the bandages. Each reveal of unmarked skin sends a jolt through me, a mixture of relief and a strange sense of loss. The dragon on my arm, the phoenix on my back, the intricate mandala on my chest, all gone, leaving only tender pink skin in their wake. Finally, I reach the bandage around my neck, where the snake tattoo, the anchor of the curse, had resided for so long. I hesitate, my fingers ghosting over the edge of the bandage. Take your time, Dr. Rodriguez says gently. There's no rush. I nod, grateful for her patience. With one final, steadying breath, I peel away the bandage. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. I run my fingers over the smooth skin of my neck, marveling at the absence of the familiar texture of the tattoo. It's gone, I whisper, a wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm me. It's really gone. Dr. Rodriguez smiles, relief evident in her expression. Yes, it is, but, Mike, we need to be sure. The curse. I nod, understanding her unspoken question. Right. We need to check if it's really broken. She hands me a small mirror, and I brace myself for what I might see. As I raise the mirror, I half expect to see the snake tattoo reappearing, mocking our efforts. But the reflection shows only my face, haggard, exhausted, but undeniably mine. No moving ink, no glowing eyes, no sign of the curse that has tormented me for so long. I don't see anything, I say, my voice thick with emotion. Do you? Dr. Rodriguez leans in, examining my skin with a critical eye. No moving tattoos, no unusual markings. Your skin looks normal. Normal. The word has never sounded so beautiful. So that's it? I ask, hardly daring to believe it. It's over? She nods slowly. It appears so. But Mike, we need to be cautious. This curse was unlike anything I've ever encountered. We should monitor you closely for the next few weeks just to be sure. I nod, understanding her caution, but in my heart I feel a certainty I haven't experienced in months. I think it's really over, Doc. I feel different, lighter somehow. As if to test my theory, I close my eyes and try to summon the power that had coursed through me since the curse began. I reach for the magic that had both terrified and exhilarated me. Nothing happens. I open my eyes, a mixture of relief and sadness washing over me. The power's gone, I say quietly. I can't feel it anymore. Dr. Rodriguez puts a comforting hand on my shoulder. Are you okay with that? I consider her question carefully. The loss of that power is undeniably bittersweet. It had been terrifying, yes, but also intoxicating. For a moment, I mourn its absence. But then I think of the price I paid for it. The isolation, the fear, the loss of control over my own body. Yeah, I say finally, a small smile tugging at my lips. Yeah, I'm okay with it. More than okay. I'm free. The word hangs in the air, full of promise and possibility. Free from the curse. Free from the burden of unasked for power. Free to discover who I am without the ink that has defined me for so long. Dr. Rodriguez smiles warmly. Then I think we can officially say it. The treatment was a success. The curse is broken. The weight of those words hits me all at once, and I feel tears welling up in my eyes. Months of fear, pain, and uncertainty culminate in this moment. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude for Dr. Rodriguez, for my own resilience, for the chance to start anew. Thank you, I manage to choke out. For everything. She squeezes my shoulder gently. You did the hard part, Mike. I just provided the tools. You fought this curse with everything you had and you won. Be proud of that. As the reality of our success sinks in, I feel a spark of excitement ignite within me. The future, which had seemed so dark and uncertain for so long, now stretches out before me full of possibility. So, I say, wiping away a stray tear. What happens now? Dr. Rodriguez chuckles. Now? Now you rest, heal, and start figuring out who Mike Santos is without his tattoos, and I have a feeling that's going to be the most exciting part of this whole journey. As I carefully dress, mindful of my tender skin, I can't help but agree. The moment of truth has passed, the curse is broken, and a new chapter of my life is about to begin. For the first time in months, I find myself looking forward to what tomorrow might bring. The early morning sun filters through the half-drawn curtains of my apartment, casting a soft glow on my scarred skin. It's been 3 weeks since the final removal session, 3 weeks of healing, both physically and mentally. I stand before the full-length mirror in my bedroom, examining my reflection with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. Gone are the intricate designs that once covered my body. The dragon, the phoenix, the mandala, the snake, all erased, leaving behind a canvas of pale, slightly pinkish skin marked with the faintest traces of scars. I run my fingers over my arms, my chest, my neck, still marveling at the absence of the familiar textures. A knock at the door startles me from my reverie. Mike? You decent? It's Eddie, his voice muffled through the wood. Yeah, come in, I call back, quickly pulling on a t-shirt. Eddie enters, a paper bag in one hand and 2 coffee cups balanced in the other. His eyes widen slightly as he takes in my appearance. Wow, he says, setting down the breakfast on my dresser. I mean, I knew they were gone, but seeing it's something else, man. I nod, turning back to the mirror. Tell me about it. Sometimes I still expect to see them moving when I look in the mirror. Eddie steps closer, his reflection appearing beside mine. Do you miss them? He asks, cautiously. I consider the question. Really consider it. Parts of them, I admit. The artistry, the stories they told. But the curse? The constant fear? Not for a second. Eddie nods, understanding in his eyes. He's been there through it all, a constant support even when I tried to push everyone away. So, he says, changing the subject. You ready for today? Today. My stomach does a little flip at the reminder. Today marks my return to Inkwell, the tattoo parlor where I worked before. Everything. Where I hope to work again if they'll have me. As ready as I'll ever be, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Eddie claps me on the shoulder. You've got this, Mike. Sarah and the others, they can't wait to have you back. I manage a small smile, grateful for his encouragement. As we sit down to eat the breakfast he brought, my mind wanders to the challenges ahead. How will it feel to hold a tattoo gun again? Will I be able to create art on others' skin when my own is now a blank slate? An hour later, we're standing outside Inkwell. The familiar neon sign glows softly in the morning light, a beacon of normalcy in a world that's been anything but normal for me lately. You okay? Eddie asks, noticing my hesitation. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. Yeah. Let's do this. As we enter, the bell above the door chimes softly. The familiar smell of ink and antiseptic washes over me, bringing with it a rush of memories, both good and painful. Mike! Sarah's voice rings out, and suddenly, I'm enveloped in a warm hug. God, it's good to see you. I return the hug, surprised by how much I've missed this. The simple human contact, the camaraderie of the shop. It's good to see you too, Sarah. As she pulls back, her eyes roam over me, taking in my changed appearance. How are you feeling? She asks, her voice soft with concern. I'm okay, I say, and I'm surprised to find that I mean it. It's different, but I'm okay. Sarah nods, a small smile playing on her lips. Well, your station's all set up, whenever you're ready. I walk over to my old workspace, everything exactly as I left it months ago. My hand hovers over the tattoo gun, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through me. Take your time, Eddie says from behind me. No pressure. I nod, grateful for his understanding. Slowly, I pick up the gun, its weight familiar yet somehow new in my hand. I close my eyes, letting the sensation wash over me. For a moment, I'm transported back to the pain of the curse, the fear of losing control. But then I remember the Phoenix's words from my vision during the removal. The fire that burns away the old also gives birth to the new. I open my eyes, a new resolve settling over me. I'm ready, I say, turning to Eddie and Sarah. Who's my first client? They exchange a glance and Sarah steps forward. Actually, she says, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a small bare patch of skin on her forearm. I was hoping it could be me. I'm taken aback, touched by the gesture. Are you sure? She nods, her eyes meeting mine with unwavering trust. Absolutely. I can't think of a better way to mark your return. As I prepare the station, sanitizing everything and getting the ink ready, I feel a sense of rightness settling over me. This is where I belong, not as a cursed being with magical tattoos, but as an artist, creating meaningful marks for others. What did you have in mind? I ask Sarah as she settles into the chair. She smiles, a hint of mischief in her eyes. I was thinking, a small phoenix, rising from the ashes. The symbolism isn't lost on me, and I feel a lump form in my throat. Perfect, I manage to say. As I begin to work, the familiar buzz of the gun filling the air, I feel something shift inside me. The curse is gone, yes, and with it the supernatural power I briefly possessed. But in its place is something else. A deeper understanding of the art, a renewed appreciation for the trust my clients place in me. Hours later, as I put the finishing touches on Sarah's tattoo, I realize something. The man in the mirror this morning, the one with unmarked skin, wasn't a stranger after all. He was me, changed, scarred, but fundamentally still the artist I've always been. It's beautiful, Mike, Sarah says, admiring her new tattoo in the mirror. You haven't lost your touch. I smile, a genuine, full smile that feels foreign on my face after so many months of fear and doubt. Thanks, Sarah, for everything. As we clean up, Eddie comes over, a proud grin on his face. So, how does it feel to be back in the saddle? I consider the question, looking around the shop that has always felt like a second home. It feels right, I say finally. Like I've come full circle. And as I say the words, I know they're true. The curse, the removal, the recovery, it's all part of my story now. But it's not the end of that story. It's just the beginning of a new chapter. The bell above the door chimes, and a new client walks in. I straighten up, ready to greet them, to hear their story, to help them mark a moment in their life with my art. Welcome to Inkwell, I say, feeling truly at peace for the first time in months. How can I help you today? The curse is broken, my skin is clear, but my passion for tattoos, for art, for storytelling through ink, that remains. And as I prepare to create a new piece for this stranger, I realize that's the most powerful magic of all, and it's about to lunge at my throat.